challenging the powers of the court to proceed with trial, without first of all determining the manner in which was brought before her court. This fundamental issue was raised. The court the lower court never determined those issues. And the Nigerian government never resolved issues with us in that respect. So we went on appeal. And appeal found for us and said that what happened in Kenya is a victim recklessness. And by violating international and local laws, that no trial in Nigeria, no court in Nigeria will ever try Nnamdi again.
All right, Barrister, sorry to interrupt you before you get to the appeal court. I want you to explain to Biafrans what is the meaning of jurisdiction, because people don't understand what jurisdiction is all about. People are saying no. Okay. Please go ahead. Explain to them exactly what is jurisdiction.
Let me explain it in a layman language.
Thank you very much.
You see, before a court will adjudicate or will handle any matter, the court will determine first of all whether the parties are proper before the court, whether the subject matter, the cause of action, brought before the court, as such, will the court have powers to execute upon, whether the court is properly constituted to handle that matter, and whether the court has powers, it has powers to look into that matter. If there's any vice of any form which will not permit the court to proceed with the hearing, it will first of all be determined upon. Because if the court had proceeded to conduct the trial or hear the case, then probably when we eventually get appeal court, and appeal court found that the court not supposed to move on with that matter, without first of all determining the fundamental issues raised before him, then that trial the court conducted will be a nullity. No matter how beautiful it has been conducted, has been done, or the length of evidence or the quality of evidence so far adduced before the lower court. So it simply means powers of the court to hear or adjudicate a particular matter or a subject before him. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much for clearing that out, which means we are dealing with two issues here. Number one is jurisdictional issue, and number two is violation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fundamental human rights. And these two alone is enough to discharge and acquit him. Please go ahead.
Now, you see, let me explain this thing further. That was why I actually made effort in posting page 41 as contained in the lead document delivered in the Court of Appeal. When we talk about the start, and also we also have what I talk about acquittal, it's being governed by different principles of law. If you talk about that, the start can happen when probably someone has got when the proof evidence or probably the proof attached in proof of the charge are not established to face, or where the court has no jurisdiction, like in this case, to proceed with the hearing. The applicant or the person involved can be discharged. Now, there are circumstances under which a person's discharge can as well be acquitted. That acquittal can happen where an evidence has been given in proof of the case. Probably when the prosecutor has called one witness to give evidence in proof of the case, then and before the division of the court is challenged. In that case, the court will not stop at discharge. The court can also acquit because evidence has given. But even if the person hasn't been cross-examined, the law says you will discharge him and acquit. But what happened in this case is more fortifying, more stronger in terms than acquittal. And now let me say this to you. I will give you a live case. Sometime last 3 months, I was in a state to argue our application or no case submission. Some people were arrested, about 13 of them, and accused of being involved in some offenses. Evidence were led by the prosecution witnesses, exhibits were tendered, And at the conclusion of the prosecution case, we'll file an objection. We'll file what they call no case submission, inviting the court to hold that evidence claimed by the prosecution witnesses are not strong enough to establish the bogus charge preferred against these people. Of course, then you must have seen your television over the social media then. Then the court, at the end of the day, found for us. The court accordingly discharged those 57 persons and acquitted them of the crime allegedly committed in the court judgment. Now, what these people did, on the day the matter was coming up for judgment, obviously the matter had a hint that the judge would discharge and acquit them. Our application having been found meritorious, they went and filed a different charge altogether. Sort of other belonging to a local society, sort of illegal possession of arms, which is a different charge altogether, which has no connection with the earlier charge that they were discharged and acquitted. On the day the judgment was read before the court, and upon the conclusion of the judgment, they were served with this charge. And now, they quickly picked them up. They are straight back to the court. So now, in this case, what happened is more than acquittal. Because assuming without considering to the fact, assuming that the court discharged and acquitted him of these offenses or charge that has been struck out, some people can go and probably develop another charge, and which has no connection with the one before the court, and fight against you. Now, so I want to explain to you for you to understand that what happened in Oriental State is more powerful than anything as discharge or acquittal. Now, the court in judgment, specifically at page 41, I will read it for everyone to understand and I'll explain it. The court at page 41 holds that the consequence of this section, the court was actually referring to an argument under section 15 of the Extradition Act, Cap E25, Laws of the Federation 204. This was a law ratified and operational in Nigeria. The court was referring to this section and the court holds that the consequence of this section, is that the appellant, that is Onyendu, is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary decision to Nigeria. Lower court thus has no jurisdiction, I further hold, to try the appellant, that's Onyendu, on count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which were returned by it. Being charges allegedly committed by that appellant, that's Onyendu, prior to his extraordinary decision. In addition, by the possible abduction and extraordinary decision of the appellant, that's Onyendu, from Kenya to this country, on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state law, the lower court, or indeed any other court, the lower court means the federal high court, or indeed any other court in this country, Nigeria, is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant, and I so hold. So this decision is extra. It shows that you can never investigate him again. You can never present any charge against him. You can never file any charge against him. He can never be subjected to any trial whatsoever in any court in Nigeria. So the decision is more powerful than even acquittal on the charge in principle. So that's why they are indelible. And they have no option than to obey this decision of the second appeal. So I believe I've explained it in a manner people understand. So what happened in his case is more powerful than acquittal and discharge. In acquittal, somebody who is acquitted of an offense can still be arrested on a different offense and charged to court. But in this case, he can never be charged on any offense whatsoever. in any court in Nigeria. That's the decision of the court. So go on.
Mazi, barrister, so can you explain to me the term? Because the way I see it, it appears that the Attorney General is trying to make something out of nothing. Can you explain that term to me and Biafrans and our listeners? Making something out of nothing, because that's basically what the Nigerian government is trying to do in this matter. Please go ahead.
No, what happened is that placing something, if I can understand you, placing something without, okay, placing something on air.
That's correct. That's correct.
Understand. Now, what it means in effect is that the duties of the courts to defend that matter, to try only before now, before the decision of this court is not there. So the court cannot proceed when there is no jurisdiction. So that's what it means that it cannot place something on a person and expect it to stand. It must fall. That's that principle. So because you must have power, you must have jurisdiction to stand. You can't just stand on the air. You must have a ground where you stand. But in this case, the lower court, the high court has no ground where you stand. Where you stood before we went to court of appeal. So that's one moment that we cannot place something on nothing and expect it to stand. So that is really the thing. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
All right, no, brilliant, and it's excellent. Okay, talk to me now the way forward, barrister. Of course, the law is on our side. What is the way forward? Because as I know, and from what you are saying, the federal government of Nigeria is holding your client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, illegally at the moment as we speak now. What is the way forward? Please go ahead.
The way forward is simple. They have practically, as I have demonstrated before now, run out of option. The only option available to them, are you with me?
Yes, go ahead.
Which I stated before now, is option for them to go to court of appeal. If they are convinced that they can succeed, we have no problem. Right of appeal is a constitutional right. Now, they cannot go to court of appeal without obeying the other court.
They have to release him first.
They can't go to Supreme Court without obeying the order made by the court of appeal. So you must pause yourself, because as I speak today now, as I speak to you, Ikechu,
yes,
Nnamdi is being illegally and unconstitutionally held in custody of the DSS. There is no court order today sanctioning his foreign detention from 13th of October. That event was delivered to date. So he's now being, in the eyes of law, he's now being illegally held in the custody of DSS. He's now being unconstitutionally held in the custody of SSS. So that's what we are now. And as it stands today, Nigerian government is now in contempt of orders made by the Court of Appeal on 13th of October 2022. Now, and they cannot go to Supreme Court to challenge the judgment of the Court of Appeal without obeying that order. So you cannot be in contempt of court order and be exploring or seeking a suitable remedy for Supreme Court. No. Because he who goes to equity must go with clean hands.
Absolutely.
And we have military authorities that say that when an order is standing, you must obey that order first before coming back to make a complaint. So the thing we call obey before complain. I will have cases of that, not of cases. The same case of action against the federal government. The federal government is still stand. Federal government went to the court. However, it was argued. Another was made. Interlocal order was made. Directing action to call off the industrial action. The action went to court of appeal to challenge it. The court of appeal say, no, there's an order made by the National Industrial Court. You already in contact of this order. Go back and obey the order first and come back. Go and obey this order. Then come back and demonstrate their anger before us. We also have a case of Chief Chinedu against FRM. Where Supreme Court mandated the federal government to go and obey the order of appeal before coming to it. So only in this case will not be an exception. So we have the federal authorities sanctioning the position. So the only option we have today is to release him unconditionally. unconditionally. The court didn't say, please, release him to Mr. XYZ, no. Or release him to Ikechukwu, where you are, no. The court prohibited foreign detention. In the sentence of this court, the court prohibited foreign detention. The foreign detention where it's being kept now. So everything they are doing today in regards to Oyenduma and Kano's life is tainted with illegality. So and we are exploring aggressively legal options that will compel immediate obedience. I may not discuss it in this platform, but we are making serious progress. And I can assure you we are seeing green light. We shall not discuss here. We are seeing green light. You can take that to the bank.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Barrister, I know you're a busy man, and of course, I promised you that I'm not going to keep you for longer. But before I let you go, Barrister, I want you to give some assurance to Biafrans because people are waiting. The celebration is on, but somehow it is still on hold and they are waiting for the climax. What assurance will you give to Biafrans that our erudite leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will be with us very soon? Please go ahead.
My brother, it goes without saying. You see, like, how can I explain this? What is playing out now is not unexpected. It's not unexpected. I'll end at that part. It's not unexpected. And because what the autocratic government of Nigeria Spain put in place, the kind of resources they put in place, in effectively and successfully carrying out abduction of Oyenduma and Kanu from Kenya is massive. It's monumental. So, but today, they cannot go further than here. Because law is on our side now. Their own law, they are not the Kenyan law. Their own law. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Right. Their
own law is not on their side. What happened to them today? So what is stopping us is their own law. They cannot, it's settled. They cannot go further than this. I can assure Biafrans all over the world. Take it from me. We have done it before. And we're doing it again. We've done it again actually. So the point is that they should be rest assured that Oyenduma will out as soon as possible. And what I know, I will not say is the time and the day. But Oyenduma is coming out as quick as possible. And when it comes out, I will carry a bit and let the world know. But just go home and sleep. We are on top of the situation. And we are doing everything legally permissible to ensure that the right thing is done. And as I assured you, the Nigerian government has totally run out of options. They have no remedies available to them, legal remedies available to them. And I wish you have a representative of the government of the court. You will see that government is watertight. There's no way you were escaping. You can't escape. There's no way you can escape that government. It's watertight. So that is the position.
All right, Barrister. As you can hear the barrister say, go home and sleep. And of course, if there is anybody who can do it, it is our legal team. They have done it before in 2015, and I don't see any reason why it should not be repeated. Barrister, the last question, Barrister. Now, talk to me about compensation, because we're talking violation of his fundamental human right. And of course, there should be some sort of compensation that will go with it.
Of course, before now, we have a suit. A suit to file against the government for extrajudicial release of Mazi and Kanu. In that suit, before COP 5, we are inviting the court to interpret relevant sections of international laws and conventions, which I never said before now, which Nigeria has grossly violated in an attempt to abduct and eventually extraordinary release to Nigeria. In that suit, we are asking for damages of 50 billion. And thankfully, increasingly like this now, the questions are inviting the lower court, high court to answer. The questions of law, they are inviting the lower court to answer in that suit, has been exhaustively dealt with in this appeal. So what you are doing on 14th of December when the matter is round up is to submit this appeal, this government of appeal, and ask the court to award them like this as requested. So they must be heavily compensated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister. And of course, I thank you so much, of course, for making our time coming on air to clear the air for Biafrans and, of course, all the lovers of freedom who has been listening to us. Thank you, Barrister. And of course, we will still celebrate because the big one is still coming. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right.
God bless you. Thanks, sir.
And bless you too. All right, there you have it. And that was our erudite barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, breaking it down for us here to a layman perspective so that you can understand what is happening and how it is being played out. But one thing though you need to know and you need to bear in mind is that we have won. There is no two ways about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always said, I will defeat you at your courts. And that is exactly what played out. And I want to thank our able legal team, of course, led by Barrister Ozokome and, of course, Barrister Aloy Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, Aloy Ejimako, and the rest of the team for a good job that they are doing. And of course, this will earn them the greatest legal team of the year because they have done noble. Even with the limited resources, they have achieved results because the matter is over. It is over. What the zoo is doing now, of course, is the last kick of a dying horse. They have to obey. They have to obey the decision of the Supreme Court of the land, the highest court of the land, which is the appeal court in this instance. All right, great Biafrans, I don't have much to say this evening. You have heard it from our barrister. And it is our responsibility, of course, to now and then bring them up here so that they can explain to Biafrans what is happening, because this is the platform, the official platform of Biafrans all around the world. It is Radio Biafra, for goodness sake. And if there's any other place that this need to be said, it has to be on this platform. And of course, it is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Of course, this evening, today being the 18th day of October 2022, it is a Tuesday. And of course, I know we did not start the way we normally start because of time constraint. And as you can see, the barrister is a busy man. He needs to run around to begin to do what he needs to do, because Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must come out as soon as possible. And of course, that's why we have to let him go quickly. But of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, and of course, we will be leaving it here. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, of course, it is Radio Biafra, and you can bet on it. We've got you covered. And of course, the person you heard is Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He is IPOB lead counsel, and of course, a senior counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And he is the person that you have heard from this evening, explaining to Biafrans, to a layman perspective, what is going on, what has unfolded in court, and what is still happening. I will take a quick break. When I come back, we start summarizing. Radio Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial. 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra. We got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. All right, it is Radio Biafra. Of course, it is constructive argument here with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. And of course, an update. Most of our people have been abducted. This is what is happening these days in Biafra land. They go around abducting our people. They are killing them in secrecy. And of course, most of them are not even brought to court. Unbelievable. But you can trust IPOB leadership, and of course you can also trust our erudite legal teams. They are doing what is necessary to ensure that our people who are incarcerated, those who have been abducted illegally, are released. And of course there are names of our people that was released by IPOB leadership. And of course, as you know, there was a press conference by IPOB legal team with regards to those who have been abducted. I think, let me see if I can find this information, very, very important, so that I can update Biafrans on that. It is important. All right, let's see. All right, Radio Biafra is back in Olo area. Kindly tune in to 102.1 FM. All right, you can receive Radio Biafra in Njaba, some part of Mbitolu and Nisu local government area. All right, the areas are also covered by Omoaka, Okwodo, Nkume, Ata, Amandoba, Omondoba, Ekwe, Amuri, Orodo, Ejiama, Obiato, Afaruku, Oji, and some other axis. So Radio Biafra is back on these areas of Olo axis. I'm looking for this. All right, let's see. Very, very important. I want to tell you what the zoo is doing, the evil that the zoo has been doing, and that has been abducting our people. Now, this is a press briefing, of course, with regards to the disappearance of Igbo and Ibibio men and women arrested / abducted on suspicion of being members of the indigenous people of Biafra and associates of Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, and all the rest. All right, this press briefing happened yesterday, the 17th day of October, and this was actually from the lawyers of IPOB. I just want to give you the names of people that have been listed here, and these are the people. Some of them are even missing. We don't know where they are. They don't bring them to court. If they have killed them, we don't even know. But the names I have here, we have Ikechukwu Henry, Joy Godwin Udo, aka Idara Gold. You know about Idara Gold. This lady disappeared long time ago. But the good news is that Idara Gold will be going to court tomorrow. I think she will be appearing in one of the magistrate court in Abuja tomorrow, the 19th day of October. Idara Gold, that is the name that has been going viral all this time around because she was abducted for no just reason. And of course, she will be appearing tomorrow in Abuja Magistrate Court because IPOB leadership, we are working hard to ensure that we don't abandon our own. And this is a principle that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu established, and that is where we stand. All right, the name goes on: Emeka Ngonadi, Barrister Pius Awoke, Chinedu Nwoba, Igwe Johnson, DK, Obonna Joseph Aja, Kinsley Onovo, Kenneth Ojima, Fortune Okezie, Joseph Okafo Eze, Emmanuel Onyibe Chinonso, Uket Godwin, Obonna Christian Ndubisi, Eze Ernest, Chukwuemeka. I think there is a name that I omitted here. Let me go back. That's Obonna David, that's correct. And we have Uket Godwin. I think I've called out Uket. I have Obonna Christian Ndubisi, Eze Ernest, Chukwuemeka, Ibele Meto Chukwu, Emmanuel Ike, Reverend Cletus Egole. They even abduct reverends. My goodness me, and pastors. Unbelievable. We have Pastor Philip Chinedu Egole, Chinonso Anyanwu Kelechi Okeke, God's Power Chilemu. We have Chukwuma Nwokike, And just to mention a few, because it is quite a lot of them. And if you ask me what on earth or what crime has these people committed, I will tell you absolutely zero. Nothing known to law have these people. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. But we thank God, because what we do in IPOB is that it is an oath that we have taken. It is a stand that we have taken. It is a foundation laid down by our leader. You always hear our leader say, we don't abandon our own. As long as we know where you are, as long as we know where they kept them, we will find them and we will bring them out. Remember Idara Gold. It's been a while that she has been abducted, but finally she is coming to court tomorrow. And by the grace and mercies of Chukwu Kabiama, these men and women will be released to rejoin their families. Very, very important. All right, I want to read out something. Then, of course, I will bring this program to an end. There is something important I need to read out. If you will bear with me, let me see where I kept it. There we go. I think that's it. All right, what I'm reading out is that correct? Let me see. No, not this one. Not this one. There is something I actually I wanted to read. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can find it on another platform. Very on which we hope to disappear. You will not see it again. But let me see if I can get this. It is important that I lay it out here, that I read it out for Biafrans so that you can hear. Because this is what Radio Biafra is all about. It is all about information. We ensure that we... All right, this is it. Okay, I titled it because this was actually an extract I got from Barrister Ejiofor on his Facebook wall, because he keeps on updating Biafrans, what is happening. He ensure, he has been busy, as you can see, doing so many press conferences, and this is in a bid to, of course, update our people, which I think is actually very brilliant of him. All right, I titled it, "No court in Nigeria have the jurisdiction to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a result of his extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria," says the appeal court. And of course, this is what you have heard this evening from our erudite barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He have explained it in detail. But let me just read this. This is an extract from that court, the court ruling of the appeal court, as Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor posted on his Facebook wall. He said, "A pleasant afternoon, Omuchineke. We are delighted to make public the paragraph of the Court of Appeal holding in their judgment, which buried the frivolous criminal charge against Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and totally prohibited the federal government of Nigeria from coming up with any criminal charge or indictment against Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This holding is more fortifying and sacrosanct. It is the last straw that broke the camel's back, a boil in the scrotum, and can never be circumvented. There is no escape route for the oppressors here." He continues, "Please carefully read the erudite holding on the lead judgment, allowing Onyendu's appeal, I beg your pardon, as reproduced herein and possibly infer layman interpretation for proper understanding of the judgment." And of course, that was why we brought Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor here on Radio Biafra platform, so that he can break it down. A layman can understand and comprehend. All right, and that is exactly what he have done. But let me read this part of this judgment, very, very important. It goes on like this. The consequence of this section, I hold, is that the appellant is prohibited from being detained. Of course, the appellant is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Appellant, of course, is the term that is used in the court because he is appealing in the appeal court. So he becomes an appellant. And of course, whoever, like the Nigerian government, we can call them the respondents. That is how it is called in the legal world. So the appellant is prohibited from being detained, meaning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be detained. What I'm reading out for you now is the judgment of the appeal court, some part of it, the most important and vital part of that judgment. And it's very, very important that you listen and pay close attention. The appeal court said that the appellant, in this case, who is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is prohibited from being detained, meaning that what is happening now is against the law. What is happening now in terms of his detention, continued detention, is illegal in the eyes of the law because the court has ruled and said that he can never be detained ever again. So the DSS and the federal government of Nigeria, including their attorney general, whom I don't know what law school this guy went to, whether he went to Daurakau Law School, that he doesn't even know what the meaning of jurisdiction is all about. When I asked Barrister Ejiofor to explain jurisdiction here, I was actually doing so that Malami, wherever he is, will listen and learn. Remember our leader used to say, if you are coming to listen to Radio Biafra, you must bring your pen and paper. All right. If you are Lamajiri, you must bring your slate. Malami, bring your slate. So he goes on to say that the appellant is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria. Do you know what this means? It means that no court in Nigeria has the jurisdiction, has the local standing, or should I say, that even the federal government has no local standing to bring a matter before a competent court of law against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Appeal court has declared him untouchable. My goodness me, where have we seen such a ruling? Most of us don't understand the dynamics. This is powerful. This is powerful. Remember, we keep on saying we want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be declared a prisoner of conscience, and this and that. And we're actually expecting this thing to happen maybe from the United Nations or a United States of America. But surprise, surprise, beyond all imagination, beyond all expectation, a court in Nigeria actually declared our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu untouchable. I think maybe when our leader comes out, some of us will relax, settle down, and read this judgment and understand what happened here. When Barrister Ejiofor keeps on talking about this, most of us don't understand what he's talking about. This is huge. I say this is huge. That's why you heard Barrister Ejiofor screaming, because he knows as a legal professional that this is huge. I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think, though I'm not too conversant, with the law as it is in the zoo, but I don't think I've seen this before. A court in Nigeria declaring our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu untouchable. My goodness me. Remember, what happens in the zoo is you might be arrested taken to court, I beg your pardon, and if you are acquitted in that court, the DSS will wait for you outside and rearrest you and bring fresh charges against you. But in this case, assuming our leader came to court that day and he was discharged, even the DSS cannot even rearrest him or reapprehend him or abduct him or whatever, because appeal court has barred them from doing that. My goodness me, Machineke. He is Machineke indeed. Even his enemies declared him untouchable. His enemies. Abaru Changene. That's what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. Unbelievable. All right, let me continue dishing out what this appeal. You know, these judges of appeal court, they will live long. I don't know. There are still men left in the zoo that speaks the truth. I don't know that there are men who will defile all the tyranny, or men who will defile all the autocratic government of Nigeria and still pronounce the truth. Unbelievable. To the extent that they actually barred the zoo. Remember Buhari used to say, when the so-called Igbo leaders or Igbo elite went to him and said, please release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to us, Buhari said, and I quote, I cannot do anything. I will allow the courts to do what they have to do the decision. That's what Buhari said. But you know what that was? That was takia. It is called what? Takia of the Fulani extracts. They lie from their teeth. They even lie in their dreams. So when he was telling the Igbo leaders that, he was lying because he knows, you know, maybe in his mind, he knows that nobody will go against his orders. Nobody will do whatever, you know, they will do according to plan. But surprise, surprise, these erudite judges of the appeal courts did what no person can do in that zoo. And of course, you wouldn't have blamed them because people are fearing of their life and security and safety. But this man said, to hell with our life, to hell with our security. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are untouchable. Nobody shall bring any charges going forward against you in any court in the zoo called Nigeria. So, the lower court has no jurisdiction. Now, this is the court of Binta Nyako, a very stupid woman. I don't understand. A whole judge. You know, the common thing, the easiest thing a judge always knows is jurisdiction. If you don't know about jurisdiction as a judge, as a magistrate, you have no business sitting on that bench. That is the first thing you should know. I am studying law. The first thing I learned in my introductory models was jurisdiction. You need to know about jurisdiction because it's very, very important. Do you know why? If you try somebody that you have no jurisdiction over, that trial can be, pronounced as a mistrial, and the person will be acquitted. So, instead of wasting your time, the time of the defense, the time of the state, and the resources of the state, you need to know first, do I have jurisdiction to try this matter? If you don't, you strike it off the roll and continue. But that woman, that wicked Binta Nyako or Bingo Nyako or whatever the hell you call her, knows that she knows. I don't want to say she's dumb or she doesn't know what she was doing. She knows exactly that she has no jurisdiction to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but because she was working on the order of the master, on the order of the tyranny of the zoo called Buhari, she ignored this whole jurisdiction. And our legal team, we are screaming on top of their voice, no jurisdiction. Please strike this off the roll. She said, I will not do no such thing. I will still go ahead and try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is unbelievable. And now, a higher court has said it openly. Viva voce. Viva voce means in an open court. Viva voce. A higher court have said it. That the lower court has no jurisdiction. I further hold to try the appellant on count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which was retained by it. They retained those charges to continue, even though they knew they had no jurisdiction to try one Chineke. The Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. My goodness me. All right. These are charges allegedly committed by the appellant prior to his extraordinary rendition. Now, let me tell you something. It does not matter whatever crime you say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed. It is irrelevant. It is immaterial. By the virtue of you extraordinary renditing him back to Nigeria from Kenya, you have broken all laws, your international treaties and protocols, and that automatically cancels everything. That is how the law works. For those who don't know. My goodness me. All right, in addition, now listen to this, very, very important. What I'm reading to you is an extract from the judgment of the appeal court. In addition, by the forcible abduction and extraordinary rendition of the appellant from Kenya to this country on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state laws, not just international laws, not just treaties, but also Nigerian law was violated. Kenyan law was violated. Kenyan border integrity was violated by these cattle rearers. Can you believe this? The lower court, and indeed any court in this country, is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant, and I so hold. I love this. Honorable Justice Olu Dotun Adefope Okojie. Justice delayed is not justice denied. Justice prevailed through the grace of the Almighty Chukwu Okike Obiama. Ndewono Chineke, of course, signed by Sir Ifeanyi Ejiofor Esquire, KSC, IPOB's lead counsel. And this was written on the 18th of October, 2022. My goodness me, Omo Chineke, you have seen it. At the end, we always win. I say at the end, we always win. And once again, IPOB have won. Chukwu Okike Obiama have given us victory. What is left is just a completion of that which Elohim have done. And I want to thank you all for listening this evening. And of course, once again, I want to thank our erudite barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for coming through this evening to talk to Biafrans and of course to explain to them to understand what is happening. And he have given us assurance. He said, go home and sleep. Before you know it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out, because as I'm talking to you now, he is being held against his will. There is no legality in the detention and in continued incarceration of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. My names are Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. And of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. From me, from here, it is goodbye. And God bless Biafra. God bless our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. God bless IPOB worldwide. God bless men and women of goodwill. But most importantly, together, we all shall see Biafra. Goodbye. God bless.
Magachi, na-aga ka anyị maka anyị ga-esi biri ka ụmụnne. Olulu iso na-akpa anyị ji kpasị ya Naịjirịa wee si na februari wee bụrụ ọgụ bụrụ egbe bụrụ mma na ụta dị ikpochapụ Biafra, mana Chukwu ama mkpe Biafra ga-adịrịrị, maka na onye ajụrụ ada ajụ onwe ya.
Onye ajụrụ ada ajụ onwe ya. Onye ajụrụ ada ajụ onwe ya. Onye jụrụ onwe ya, ọ dịkwa nwunye na chi ya, maka chi ga-elu ya onye ọma. Onye ajụrụ ada ajụ onwe ya. Biafra, Yoruba, Nnamdi bụ nwanne. Yoruba na Hausa, Nnamdi bụ nwanne. Ọnwụ, ọnwụ, ịkpọasị ọkọ, alili, nkwutọ na mmegbu ikpe ga-adị. Gịnị ka ejiri kwụwanye ụgwọ?
Ọnwụ, ọnwụ, ịkpọasị ọkọ, alili, nkwutọ na mmegbu ikpe ga-adị. Ozi niile ijelu na Naịjirịa ka ọ dị mma, ife jikwa anyị ụgwọ bụ
ọnwụ, ọnwụ, ịkpọasị ọkọ, alili, nkwutọ na mmegbu ikpe ga-adị.
Ozi niile ijelu na Naịjirịa ka ọ dị mma, ife jikwa anyị ụgwọ bụ
ọnwụ, ọnwụ,
Now, why somebody do you know na Finland na-enye order saying ha no government in exile, then why you declare your armed struggle? What's no self-determination? Now, if you declare armed struggle, get any business in with a sit at home. You may sit at home with civil disobedience. Now, each is able to for civility. How have you ever seen civil servant may protest the day? Army cannot protest without a gun because they are armed. Now, army are for civil disobedience. This is struggle I know. They declare armed struggle have no right to call for civil disobedience, and civil disobedience are not me enforce. Me enforce. If you enforce it, it is uncivil. Civility cannot be enforced. Civility is by decision. Now, if you enforce it, you are discrediting IPOB in all their sit at home because all voluntarily. Now, you want to show the world none of them may enforce. Discreditation. Now, government is an agenda. Now, ask yourself. Kedu tundi na ekwegi na court ruling, he ekwegi na court proceeding, he ekwegi na civil disobedience, sorry, he ekwegi na political solution, okay, ma court of political solution, referendum political solution, free Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally political solution, right? Now, how come you declare armed struggle, declare no checking point, declare government in exile? Can you declare armed struggle without presenting two army in your uniform? But the director said not Fulani na bush or represent the ESN. How do somebody in Finland declare government in exile, declare armed struggle without presenting two army or one? That is to say, actually, government is there because he present the army. Government will ask you, the director present the ESN, government is there because all they play the show. Now, the case of free Nnamdi Kanu, anything violence because court is discharged here. The government, the word on the neck of Nigerian government. Why have you not free Nnamdi Kanu? Because ING inhibit in a court, they send them bowa, they court to Nigeria. Now, I'm not saying free here. How any reason now? Wagging and dinner so a boom mad in the southeast. Ima onana wata hiane Ubu now government abia project ya through Nigerian army Omar Musa a 2 division commander wetara ofu 5 days ageje ebubata Fulani Ima na wata hiana Fulani will come in because when we are alert I no nezi name on araha hu ebubata Fulani ha na ina video ya na I raise alarm now 5 days Simon Epa no na agenda Ohaneze no na agenda governors no na agenda can governor chọrọ ha si ka criminalize IPOB ka ha dịkwa holy again na ha nwugo na IPOB egbuga ha all the contract and Simon make sure we become holy again ka IPOB wuze ndị aga hate ka ha ha say evil right or the agenda. That is why IPOB needs it at home order. Ega the governors ha na-enye account ya. Ega commissioner of police ha na-enye order na say better ekube okwu all their plan. Inugo nyisi ndị army warn order ha warn obegi all their plan no warning. All do tonight were mkpọ ha na-eze bie yesterday ma bata ha so ha na-eze kwu okwu ikwu okwu si devil ma ya mee instruct ya mee advice ka ọ kwụsị. Ha na-eze nna akpọ devil ma they are supposed to write to the Finnish government. Say no one na ebe ha na-enye ala Igbo nsogbu. Why do they tell devil ma? Because all their own business. Now, how can somebody not declare government in exile? Governors are meeting. But IPOB in order sit at home, have a meeting because Ham and all their plan. How do somebody declare armed struggle? Why no way governor okuro? Onwe politician okuro? Onwe foreign affairs, Nigerian foreign affairs Minister of Information Lai Mohammed, Army Chief Defense Minister Madu Jaha Biafra declare government in exile. Biafra. That is the ige ota age donye na ganozo na sega IPOB. But on when di na enye order gbo mad government akpoto be ha. Why akpobe ha? But age donye na ganozo ase IPOB because IPOB ka ha no na cases ebogidere Kanu. Ndị a na-ekwu okwu aha ha reflect na case. So government ikpọ ha ọ gaghị enwe meaning. Ndị nọ na charge say director IPOB and ndị nọ na lead IPOB. So ndị need to tarnish IPOB and IPOB need to secure the name because I am very God. How can you endure massacre, national high school killing, 9th of February 2016, Igawogo? Mpo massacre, 29th May 2016, Igawogo. Igwacha massacre. IPOB in solidarity with Donald Trump, 20 January 2017. Emene massacre, and the first killing of IPOB happened in Onitsha. 30th of August 2015 by Willie Obiano. 2 people died, 29 injured. We didn't go to war. Right? Now, Emene massacre, 23rd of August 2020. We didn't go to war. Obiubo massacre from October 18 down 2020. We launched ESN, send the Hanohia. Government about Simon Yaguagina, Onyohi ESN. Ndị mmadụ na-emebere ya n'Imo abịa na ego a signal our men no ụmụọma to turn our people against IPOB ka our people si na ihe awụrụ Biafra na ha achọzi ya but ọ na-adị unu ugbu a mgbe ị gbara ọsọ ka ọ ga-edo gị anya ka ị ga-amacha onye ahụ ị na-eti anya ị ga-emecha chọwa ị ga-ahụ ya gọọmenti will save but lekwa onye nke chọrọ isave gị ebe o wuru onwe ya dewe. Now ask yourself, how do somebody that want Nnamdi Kanu to be out na ọ dị enye gị date but Biafra ga-abịa ọ director ga-enye gị date? Wait, you love Kanu. Isizi agawa anyị na-agazi na ana m abịa iweta Biafra ke Biafra nke Kanu na-abịa iweta. The man lost group family. He gave mawu ka ya nwapụta ka ihe na-enyere date na account people they only to draw hope ka divert their people because the agenda of the government is Nana Kanu power. How do you take power? Anaria power anyị mecha anyị release ọ ga-enwezi power. Divide ndị na-eso ozi ya ka na-enwe akpụ obi ihe o nwewo structure akpụ obi onwe gị structure ahụ strength ya ọ ma na enye ọda na ọ ga-adị. Now somebody abịa sị gị ga-egela anybody in DSS ntị ka ị nwee ike gewe ya nwantị. Somebody agwa gị na ya nwa spokesperson Biafra why na-enwetabe Biafra why na-emapụ afọ publicity secretary IPOB. Ịbịa na Biafra enwe market leaders ha nwekwe their spokesperson, enwe politicians ha nwe their spokesperson, enwe religious leaders ha nwe their spokesperson. How come iji wụzie spokesperson ndị Biafra gị nwa mekwuru nwe gị appoint enwego Biafra government iji enye appointment in the name of Biafra, then you are mocking the Biafra because ị na-agwa ndị ọcha na Biafra ị na-enwetebe na inwego appointment. You are trying to ridicule. Did you understand? Why na ịma na-abịa na Biafra agitation na-enwe MASOB, enwe BIM, enwe BZDM, enwere EPC, Eastern People's Congress, enwe BNL, enwere BNG. Ndị a niile na-adọ Biafra. Biafra bụ ime akaụntụ ihe ịdọtara. Right? How? Ọwụ na ha chọrọ ịdọ nwere onwe na ha wee fit na ha na-adọ nwere onwe. Why iji eme Kanu attach? I was a Masobian. Kanu was onye Masob. Mgbe e kreatiri IPOB e wetara ha MASOB there. Why somebody iji chọọ ịtanishi aha anyị ha sịrị na ha was autopilot? Do you know the meaning of autopilot? Plane without pilot. That is to say automatically you become a fool. You don't have leadership, you don't have channel. Ihe a chọrọ mgbe ahụ ka anyị join ya atweni ha director atala onwezi ndị ọ na-edu. Did you understand? So that is the issue. How do you come in the month of December? Director Anola Days Oziela Ozokombozi, Oziela Barrister Nnamdi Jofozi, Zo Barrister Jofozi. Gwagi na ndị na-eme ihe na gọọmenti zụrụ ha azụ. Na ya nwe merigo case ya. O merigo na UN. Ojukwu lọgụ 3 years UN etigo ọnụ. But such an IPOB hold international law for 1 year upon intimidation not here. UN eti ọnụ. But Ojukwu chọrọ ka eti ọnụ etigo ọnụ. But the director maintain ya ha tiri ọnụ. Aga na court Nigeria na Ụmụahịa, State High Court Ụmụahịa, 19th of January 2022. Court rule that na Nnamdi Kanu agbaghị ọsọ na jump bail. No mere assassination attempt. O mere escape as military assassination attempt. O mere escape. And the government ga-compensate. Enyecha the ruling. Nigeria emego ebe. Anya ga-appeal court kpegbuo ha discharge aka Kanu si na onwe onye kwesịrị ikpe ya ikpe na court ọbụla and onwe court ga-ekpe direct ikpe again ebe a onwezi ndị ga-ekpe ya ikpe. Then Nigeria disobey ye. Anya agakwa Federal High Court Ụmụahịa. Court discharge say return back to Kenya. Now onye gwara gị that na ya mere enforce sit at home Monday for 1 year. Out of this result now, one the reflection. We both reflect na friend Nnamdi Kanu. Now, he made an account ndị ka igburu egbu Monday for 1 year. If free begin ndị ka egari men force it at home nọ na nga, hundreds of them. Nchọrọ ka IPOB free ha anya asị gị mgbe ime onye anyere gị ọda gakwu ya. Let them send you a lawyer. Ọkwa nọ na nga but IPOB no nga we send lawyer then onye ngwara gị ga mee madam force ịnọ na nga ọjụsị ese gị o send kwanu picture gị na net ka ahụgodu na eji gị eji ọjụkwa na ese gị ọjụghị ya bịakwasị gị ime ọzọ imeela akaụntụ nke ime rụrụ arụ 1 year because the whole result free Nnamdi Kanu from court from the same IPOB leadership according to the direction from Nnamdi Kanu. Only a criminal gang on detention. Criminal gang here actually has adopted without him make omara. Only na freedom. He get make omara. You go with the freedom also. You can't take Kanu nega choto shaputa no way power. He choto shaputa. Ogaroshi. So he defeat to do anyhow with his name. Now you want to on a guy says you want to ridicule it. But Sam, before him me haga what direct. You only have instruction. Yeah, was saying one need leadership of IPOB. We take here direct on a table. He send direct. All like you wait 2 weeks before you reply them. Hane chair ne using because all you had in charge. More reply, but they can't give order. So all they me somebody not at say what you get only do to and that is to say they want to take power from him, right? Yeah, with the foundation now. Self-determination can you go do already. It's already self-defense. And self-defense. Self-defense. The director said ESN will do this for us. Now, how do we do it? Before we do it, we need to create the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Somalia, the scenario of Syria, in the northern part of the damnable Republic of the Zoo, not in Biafra land, sorry. Eba create that noise. Also, no, northern part. Not here. Did you understand? Now, again. They want to force us into premature war, but we are more intelligent than them. What we have to do is, we have to be patient and follow instruction. That's how they forced our fathers into war after Aburi Accord agreement. Okay, when I forced Ojuku into war. Now, self-defense has been a natural law. No matter where you defend yourself. But you cannot instigate a trouble against your whole family. You want that dodge, yeah? If you want to defend yourself, you gotta defend your own. Each is Zosh, you guys, her family against Zosh. Did you understand? Now, self-defense, or why you launch the ESN? According to international law, it's an ESN township. ESN roll here, Naya Dagiu. Do you know why? I get you make ESN no help. I buy a book. Director send the hand no help. But how would I say money? I go on ESN on our communities. Why not coordinate with channel to ESN? Don't worry, I can work with self-defense. I'm separate. Self-determination or decide that he got warrior referendum. Or your self-determination. Self-defense, Mado Biari Bugi, get defend your own way. Now, Nigerian army now sponsor Fulani to kill us. I launch ESN to defend our boundaries. Here the ESN will restoring Biafra 2020. I know since we defense, but we are defending it international. Because since they care about any security in Kanu, no one involved in our politics, only ESN. And they be send the house on boundaries. Boundary what that all here. Right? When I want to hear that Abraham or Banter. Now this township can Nigeria actually move at Ogwanya to Hagawa no here. And Hajupanega no here because Hamana or gauge IPOB or less Maloreba before Judan. That's why the director let's send the army. So self-defense and self-determination are the issue. And the self-defense I may apply. Now, is it when you come to your community, army available your community, or when you get the army, which means army sent you. Because he cannot stand the army. And there's a now our man. That is confusion. How can in a burial somebody be an agego? Just saying now, why not ESN on that time? Who the mother will have big? Simon help our ESN or IPOB or move to IPOB. Director say, gay and singing gay my Yoruba. Listen to Omote Biafra. Listen to Ikenga Uruago. Listen to Ikem Patrick. How do about 20 directors agent, as agent, or say take instruction from them? Now, director suspend them at na radio Biafra. Memo, I will director genye memo. Onye genye memo DOS. And onye can sign here with HOD upon not director on your order. Now let us go to O to 5 POB. Again at the beginning of oath, that I, Mazi solemnly and voluntarily swear to be absolutely loyal to the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu there first. Mboya there, but only before you oppose or DOS. Now the oath he take, he go to O radio. Abiatie come Abia Sege and Nnamdi Kanu, director of Radio Biafra. Now, the actual mad Onega sign here DOS. Yotla the key. Tuto again, young general commander, the top man he gauge there at any time. Then the government will be there. Or Hebrew Sarewa, or Hebrew Abiola, can wear structure. When they catch you, your friends will run away. Because of politics. When you run away, they will kill you. But this one is not friends. This is a structure. Now government want to destroy it completely. Then in anything a project, directors are now infiltrator and moles. Government project her for years. After having cause of failure, 4 more tripod, 4 more iPod, 4 more radio international. Yeah, failure. Cuba now. How with Tezego making sure that people buy an IPOB no go do already. How many years I plan to kidnap director? Uzbek kidnap their hand strike here with allegation. Can do the allegation? He hated the leadership, then director knows alone. He hated higher happy and alone. And when he got off time, who join Nigeria with the structure, not individual. The structure, no one who lay, you get him, no one get him. And the case in Nigeria now, on a wine diagram, how is here Nigeria? Nigeria report line is here and here they country by country. When we get a man as so, Elaine was it your age?
Another thing to age based on the
let me come address our people man no life. There will no more Chineke. Thank you. I remain the fearless IPOB evangelist Mazi. I am broadcasting from Biafra land, right here from our homeland Radio Biafra. Here in Biafra land, I guess today is the 8th day of December 2022. Thank you. I am here with our people somewhere in Biafra land, unmentioned, as we continue to enlighten our people, to inform them of the things in our hand on how to restore Biafra that will be honorable before the eyes of God, not in a criminal manner. Thank you for joining us as we are interacting with our people here. Right? We don't get their faces. Thank you. Go ahead.
From the viewer and from the questions gather from people to know.
Okay. Okay.
I see Mazi, Simon, no me hijack the fund erase by Omadike. So when I juicy go to Mazi Simon, she hijacked the fund of IPOB from our finance head.
So
to counter the young man. But I see there is no how Mazi Simon actually didn't fund that. Thank you.
Fund IPOB teacher.
Okay.
Then raise the fund. Now IPOB. You tell me now. No, but I agaga wura hage. Mo aha business ge raise ego. Hello, Tigad. I joined them at na enye gi. One is mmadụ before gi raise a fund, meet onya, no onya ga sign there. So that I got there accountable to. Some people need anyhow Biafra. We never need anyhow Biafra. Anyhow Biafra is like Nigeria. Are you aware? Biafra has rough man direct on it with one high chop. And I met Igbo. Government cannot send you to turn our people against us. Before IPOB in your order sit at home, Hana consult national coordinator. Are you aware? How matter condition of our people? Okay, it's not knock at any order. And you touch and reply your leadership. Hasemba. Na haga happy. Na haga use another method. Okay, because Nanka ge make it in now Joe Wiggy came manazie oye yana director na arukor. Nnamdi Kanu lecture annual event. My annual event. Oto at 25 December no. A route 25 a change to 26. Ihunu ge bomet. but Nnamdi Kanu made last year. Because not stored the Biafra 20 years. In my home, that 30 May my Sunday. That on Friday, signs or high gary, Nabali Saturday, now has Saturday, no Kusigo, no more going out. Yamecha, large back in Nabali Saturday, Biame broker, Semba. Okay, large in a Friday, yes. Saturday morning, call large. Messiah broker, Sina. Nayage, Messiah Sunday, Nage shift here Monday. Reason that our people are too religious. So that people should go to church. How do our fallen heroes say, but one Diane was at home. Why in the Ajinese sit at home Sunday? Bagging off Nnamdi the can. But Hajebe. Onye Jeboga call for sit at home. You will go to Abuja DSS rescue our leader, not putting our people on fire. IPOB choose court, they go to Abuja court. You want to choose Rebe, go to DSS. That is how it is done. You don't threaten our people. This is Igbo people actually as a slave. How to go on a million war. The same people actually frustrated. People we without referendum has to go to hell with your referendum. There is something you do to an Igbo man, they will reject you. Imagine that now. And I be frustrate our people. And a job behind about time.
For long, I lack information. I do Biafra. For long, then it's not working.
On our road, that's land is not working. Ega sina. I'm live. Don't worry, our people, man. Don't worry. Now,
that's all I need.
Here could radio Biafra. Oh, he get cool that comes. I get who love FM. Give me a Magic FM. You can each with view another one. Let us address Radio Biafra. They on 247. Come on now. I know log good believe. Him at the radio was strength. Osbej the director. Ajam radio Abia. Gaba right. Abia mezie on our covers everywhere. On a kucha, on a kunaba, but on our cover everywhere. Radio Biafra the Kanu on it and only you different and no do IPOB community radio on but you can get you program the on. Working by gaze work. I am Raja don't. Nobody should expect completeness. Oh, an alweba, Nigeria and his work. Okay, but only buying oil. I know the resources. Right? I know equals Danebu. I know sponsor Kwanden on here. I know sponsor legal proceedings. I know sponsor everything. We go down at ban. So, all talk was said. He gave me that now. He got a newspaper. He got on IPOB, no sit at home. No, they book it. And Nigeria, they go weak. In my hand, when was he humble in the gay boogie can? I am a man in a brega. He ain't when now wagging how so that he gave blame director. No way, how I am Roger Malau. Yes, it's a woman there. Yes, the IPOB leadership. You quit a big lawyer, you quit a Cherecha, Haparisawunya, Yasimunya, Wagagwa Zeho. In or here, native, Imana Wuya director here at DSS. You go down with kidding you type of leadership, she may, Yaga, a jide. Yambana, Joe Wiggy, Kedote is secure 2 times the seat our leader a week or this. Ambazoni, I might be the leader because Hano I'm struggle. Director no I'm struggle, I may born, I show for Barak the way. What I hear me there. Now, 2 times the seat a week, Buru Nigeria. Itaya and Hota, each one nature lawyer. You're going to Popia court. Order a Macanaqua. Oh, why? Now, Nigeria regret is that because all can happen here. Can Haji deny Yaya isn't the Akuje? When I now say, now, was Simon to take the mind away from our leader that they should not listen to anybody in DSS, that they should do everything to free him. That is stupidity. Only a criminal can get me like that. Not an international man. The lawyer. You must meet him. The lawyer now won't have director, but not director with their strength. Only guy there, a bauru. They will son, he meet here, you're going to get a case, a guy bauru. ihe a na-achọ emetụbeghị brain odogwu ka esi m hapụ na m egele ya ntị na-ege nne gị ka nna gị ntị. Odogwu was missing for 1 year and emere ụlọ ya attack na Ụmụahịa ejekwara ebe ọ nọ. The same leadership ha edere ya n'Israel. Nke ugbu a ya nọ 8 days ha jụọ gị ka ihe leadership na-eme ha mee ebe awa leader nọ 8 days ejekwa anyị ka ebe ọ nọ 1 year. Stupidity of a black man. 1 year anyị nọ na-eme campaign ha bụ anyị ozu director 1 year esekwa na sabotage. 8 days ka esi anyị gwa gị ihe mere director. Ugbu a ha na-aga court ka ihe director ji aga court ma ọ bụ na anyị likiri gị secret ihe mere. You know some people na-agba overspeed and they overspeed enwe Ishmael ọ ihe mere Abraham ihe ịkpa alakpu ha ga and ha ga amụwa Ishmael and all confusion because ị na-agba ụzọ ị na-amaghị ụzọ ị na-amụ ụzọ ị na-agba ụzọ ị na-agba ụzọ ị na-amaghị ụzọ ị na-agbabe before ị ga-amebe pothole ụnụ ị need in overspeed ị ga-amebe sharp bending nọ oh here none of the matter. This is Ogwai story. They brought it to our fathers. Hand no defense. Hand chopping in defense again. Defense again our daughter kubwa. Ibali egbelu amabia. Amabia haga alaza. They will molest you. Again we got abia zekwe bia defend our people. E lakpo na ebe akwa. Kende ga akpo DOS. But all gbali egbe. DOS ogwa gbali egbe. The same people who send agent ka agbali egbe na community ka agbali ha agba ọsọ amebia ha sị gị DOS should send our men aron agba gị mgbe ị gara ịgbali egbe elu ị gwara ha na ị na-agbali egbe you that shoot gun ga no defend there no because you are an agent. So onye nwere question ya jụọ ihe IPOB na do Biafra anyị nwere IPOB registered in different part of the world. Now some people get confused onwe ha sị na everybody born in the eastern region of Biafra is IPOB by birth. Yes. But in when right, he discuss IPOB structure. He get discuss Biafra. Do you know why? Dave Umahi IPOB by birth. Uzodema IPOB by birth. But he is not led by Nnamdi Kanu. Even IPOB Nnamdi Kanu they took oath. But the whole Biafrans are not carrying her along. The director saga carry her along. Ubochi o rutere gị na ị ga-arụ ọrụ gị rụọ. How? Enwere ike nye order sit at home isoro go. Ọwụ mos na ị ga-awa IPOB family member. Ịghọta ihe nọ there. Now otu a ka ọ dị na religion ma Christianity. Ị nwere ike discuss ihe gbasara anyị na-discuss Christ, you will join. It doesn't matter your church. Anyị na-discuss Bible, you will join. Anyị na-discuss heaven, you will join. Maka ihe jikọrọ anya ọnụ. And they discuss Christianity, you join. But in the Catholic discuss watch a plate, you get in assembly be a condemn boy. Oh, your business, but can you make her condemn obey? You got to be a Catholic in her weapon, Mary. On Behagwagi, na Bible and no was out or gave her with a good day, because I who know church doctrine or we who know all different by different. We talk about the IPOB. In a don't when we must up, and when those all Simon actually don't want when you go in a director, he use your hack. Don't bring Kanu closer because in your believe me, he got a guy there. Near account of it. You can't use my name, may him not get more account. In account on me. On your hand, you can go on your deal, didn't make an hire, then you are evil. The only thing I'm not confused on now about Biafra, you can't reason. Now, Madu Biafra got freedom under government plan does not mean no young, it intelligent, Emmanuel name with trade. Mamad may trade destruction in a team, Yadeka, when I hate to defend the Kedu village, ya, Cable or Hano. I'm your Gago Park, you know, had before. The time in a park in all of Benjamin Madbook. I'm in Maulo Kano, Keda address when you nature in again. Kedu village, ya, Kedu direct Ben there. Muashi from Diabo. I'm from Mundiabo and any local government, Ojiva province, Biafra land. The whole world of Mara, maybe Kedevish. Come web trade tweet Sheikh Husane. Sheikh Husane say Eba from Black India. Eba reply yeah. Sheikh from Southern Sudan. Why not reply you neighbor? Sheikh Husane from Kaduna. This was projected. This is a man who said Nnamdi Kanu no ga apology. Maka ihe mere ike kwere mmadụ. Ade amakwa ama. Simon Eba na video. Oh, yeah, but I'm after you will be video again. I say now, okay. Nnamdi Kanu na ga ya apology to Ekwuremadu ihe mere na Germany. Kwa ya nwa tweet si na ndị a na-eme Ado Biafra anaghị disturb business ndị mmadụ ihe afa back tweet ya na how miscreant na what ese eme Biafra. After emechara Ekwuremadu ihe a ha niile ọ nọ there o so ha bịa. He was there with Ekwuremadu ha ọ nwa ndị isi ọhaneze na Finland. Simon was there. Emere interview ka ihe ọhụrụ ya sịrị ihe mere ya adịghị mma na Kanu ga-ayị apology. Ebe nke a nọ mee the meeting Ekwuremadu ha nọ a plan zie ka store ya ha bịa project ihe onye nọ na platform emere Atiku campaign 2019 ha sizi oke ka channel to Biafra ha wetaweze exposition from Nigerian politics abịa ha eweta ihe onye Hausa ma onye Fulani mere nye ya gụọ na exposition to attract you ozugbo emere attract ha plot ndị ga-meet director recommend onye atọ ya nwa ha nwekwa ndị meet director recommend ya ka onye anọ na platform ya ka ọ bịa dị mee interview enwe ihe anyị na-ahụla na struggle then ịma na ihe ahụ na-aka ahụhụ struggle unu just hang ya n'elu mmadụ gbali egbe elu ịmali hey our men ịmaghị the danger so ọ dị gị ka director command anyị mebiwe ha ya ga-emebi kedu the repercussion the world will condemn you because of ihe ọ sign ebe ọ sign ihe nọ open ị ga sign self determination bịa bulie am mgbe ị ga-ebuli am mgbe ị mechara self determination ha jụ also when we reach to the last point and there is no other route to follow then we strike. By then we have followed the due proceedings. What they did to our father is what they want to do to us. Global conspiracy. Russia block Goye. Here we don't go meeting us of our oil. The only channel when now oil line, you can hand in Nigeria naba, and I say my terrorists. I walked somewhere under 5 days, including Sunday. By forcing. I happen to see release Kanu, Cassin, I will educate terrorists now, share the oil. America bring Nigeria to Kanu a fighter. To fight terrorists, use bear. Why? IPOB draw to US government. Sihana na terrorists are no ever. No anyone can actually do why and the Yoruba. US are nezo that say use Kwalena East, use Lana South. Since I use Ghana North. They now want to create a scenario that the whole world man na with terrorists, name insurgents in Alibo. So that I wasn't okay, or I use it here. That Onamage, Onana Akwaka Onge. As if they can't move, and I buy a and then to die able to watch I know and has a shoot. It can't move. It can't move. I buy a cricket and National High School. I can quack. And I order now, Mad Lila boss, or Governor Lila boss. They knew.
Yes.
Who are not Lila boss? Okay, I would like to be in the city at home and a trouble garden.
Yes.
Ndoka Geku. On them in your order. Monday, Tuesday, sit at home. Right? Hanenye different illegal and we be nke rụrụ due to no ihe ederede ime nka ikwo nka agafe ikwo nka agafe ikwo ị ga-ekwukwe result dịkwa after mo hapụrụ because ederede ihe ederede wote esheme ya ikwo nka agafe ikwo nka agafe ikwo nka agafe October ka agwa gị na flag ga nọ the whole Biafra land ihe a niile ị na-emego obiọma anyị adịghị ime mmadụ obiọma let us anya akọla mmadụ ihe na ga-eme ka anyị gwa ya otu ọ dị iwe ọ na-ewe gị owe gị anọkọta bịa mee gị obi ụtọ na Biafra na-abịa mgbe mmadụ nye gị deeti Biafra ọ mgbe ị ga-agawara onwe gị mgbe mmadụ nye gị deeti mgbe Biafra na-abịa na-agụrụ gị ya gwazie na ọ chọ ka director pụta ọ ka ọ pụta bịa restore ya gịnịkwa ebe gị nwa na-enwela Biafra nwee deeti mgbe ọ ga-abịa ga-ezikwana ihe director na-abịa ifriz kwuo udo dị ajụ ka ị ga-ajụ ọmụ ajụ broadcast
o nwere okwu Simon Ekpapu
yes
mgbe a ejide Mazi na Kenya
yes
ọ na-aba mba sị kedu ihe mere na DOS ejijide Kanu for 8 days o nwere ka ha si wee chọpụta na ejie onye isi fara mata na-ekwu na DOS ri bribe anagbe m ya na ọnụ Tinasa Nworu
na gịnị mekwe
na ọ na-edefend onwe na Nigeria si na highly bribe.
Only point to get or 8 days because
8 days.
But you know never see so queer. Na-ele n'elu na-ekwucha ya gị laghachi ebe ahụ ka m laghachikwe ịma na o nwere mmụọ na-anọ m n'ihu ọ na-anọ m n'ime ọ na-abanye mmasị akweshọn ụfọdụ nọ mmadụ n'obi kọsa nọ na ị ga-asị asachara m ọtụtụ kweshọn enwere mmụọ na-edu m aya m eburu kasta betụ m nọ hie gwa gị na dairektọ na-emere ụlọ ya ataki na ụmụahịa ya nọ na Septemba 14 mgbe o mere apịa na Israel October 14 2018 betụ nke a 27 1 year gịnị mere jụkwa anyị ebe ọ nọ 1 year onye ri bribe 1 year kedu onye ri bribe 1 year buga direct Israel ọha anyị na-ajụ ejukwara ya ndị ahụ so direct ịma nọ supreme leader ma na-emere statement banye ha ga-eme Facebook ga-eme ihe attack don't you know na na-emere direct statement ụbọchị Osokome nwa ya na-agba nkwụ nwa ya na-alụ onye Ọnịcha director jiri eji ọfọ ka ọ ga represent director na occasion onye akpọrọ Nnamdi Kanu but represented by Ejiofọ ịghọtara ịgbawa egbe ghọọ terrorist barrister ga-evisit director terrorist a na-enwe lawyer ihe a otu ihe nyere Simon ha n'aka ịgbawa egbe onwe ihe ị ga-emewe Nigerian gọọmenti agwazie gị na Nigerian intelligence na Abuja na ha chọpụtago na ESN chọrọ ịbịa mee attack at DSS facility and na ha chọrọ ikipụ Kanu in a safe place by then ebuje ya jaji barak ụtụtụ enye mamịrị terrorist does not have lawyer but to have lawyers. Did you understand? So 8 days ahụ jụzie onwe gị onye ahụ na-agwa gị ma onye ahụ na-eme mmadụ niile ma nwunye director wee onye oshi o rere director ndị be director rere ya IPOB leadership rere director lawyers rere director ya nwa wụzie holy man. No, I want to know now. Director ọkwa ndị ahụ ka ọ na-eyuzu na-esecure vetri gị nwa wụzi holy man nwebeghị ihe inyere ya ọkwa the same lawyers na-esecure ya vetri iji Nigeria n'olu ịma na ọkọ tụrụ iji Nigeria ọ ya mere ha ji nye Simon Ekpa agenda of election. That is their only escape route to make sure na asị na IPOB tiri aka na disruption of election which is against civil rights and against international law. Mmere na IPOB ji gwa ha na ya etinye bụ ọnụ n'ihe election ihe a chọrọ referendum ha ya na-eti mkpa election since emechaa gwa ya ga ebe a na-eme campaign na ya dị ndị ga-eyi okpu Biafra ga mee attack asịkwa IPOB anya sịgị na ọwụwa anyị nwe Reno Mokiri ọchị ime Peter Obi attack ya kwuo IPOB sitatum ya okwu IPOB ya okwuta IPOB ya okwuta o mekiri chọ ha chọrọ ka IPOB join ya Peter Obi we fail ha chọrọ ka anyị kanta election isi ha na election ha egbuwe politician ha gbuo asa IPOB or in one idea. But Simon etinye election owutebe due to gịnị ha mana ha nyere ya 70% of followers already from Lorita Onochie contracted student union ego phone nye ha onye Fulani na-aza aha Igbo na Facebook the whole Facebook Lorita Onochie mepere ya log in na phone nyecha aha ya a na-akwụ ha 14,000 ndị 15 ndị 30 ihe ama wee bịa Simon na-ekwu okwu ọ dị wee Simon ọ dị jụọ ya ihe ọ maghị ya just na ihe a gwara ya dị ọgwụla or you telling us we don't know gwa m nke ị ga-agwa anyị na-amaghị o nweghị meaning na IPOB ekwu gị a na ọ dịghị if somebody chọrọ ịforce gị into criminality how ị ga-eji eme ihe na-enweghị meaning you want to kill yourself by yourself ehu director lelechara hụ na Monday ga-ejide ya n'olu any court iwegara ikpegbuo ya ịma ihe o mere or suspend the IPOB leadership or cancel gị the sit at home Monday ịma ihe o mere ya move ya suspend ya Monday move to the date of court. Experienced man, do you know what it means? It is easy to explain to anybody that now my people are in solidarity with me because I goes to court. Now get your statement on Monday. Now ask yourself, why did Nnamdi Kanu suspended it? Government agwaze Simon hijaring bank commit to a crime. Now I commit to a crime. The media saw IPOB. IPOB has seen a one. Then Simon Aga becomes no one. Your dodge kwa rukwe next Monday hate you. Echem ko ime ihe bụ nwe otuto enye mmadụ otuto ị ga-asị mba na ọmụnwa nwe ya na we not say IPOB otuto ha reject ya dị otuto for 1 year you take ibe otuto inyebekwa na account ka emere eme but IPOB DESN ka eme enforce open grazing ma ụlọ ọkpa Fulani tụọ mgbe ha gwaghị na ọha nwa mere ya No ESN mere ya ga-eme gịnị ụbọchị ESN go ESN na Nsụka egosi vidio na ESN go ESN. It is not a criminal manner ka anyị na-eme. A na-eme criminality. Do you know na people che na ESN one non-government? But I won't know yet. So these are things people lara n'iyi. 70% now ESN. But why we cheered the non-government earlier is because I hụtara as the answer to our prayer. Because I ebela kwa governor azaghị, senator azaghị, onwe onye zara. Anọkọta ahụ ndị mewere attack government. Director sị na ọ dịkwa mma. Ebe ọ nọ ndị a ka a na-eme attack. No problem. Na ọ ga-akwụkwa Chineke etinyere ha. Did you understand? Now, after ha rụchara ya, ndị nke ugbu a na ebe anaghị ego burial, ọ ka akwụkwọ non-government. And ha anaghị ha sị na ha ESN. Imagine a criminal that cannot be proud to commit crime with his as a name of criminal. Only criminal on a JD card. How come you come to collect ransom? No, you ESN. Then you were plotted by the governors. All these criminals, Simon Amaha initially. The names, the contact in the Naka governor. Only with a criminal and the political talks there and hand that over to Yawa. Call them and give them order to commit crime. Simple. Many don't know them. But ESN have a reform. ESN will a shorty. ESN I am one of ESN personnel a bush. So what we are doing is so that Biafra, had we allowed them to destroy ESN, villages carry protest. I saw ESN, and those both BBC Iburia, you are gone. But I make it sure. Now I don't make crime. You go do a low to Madushi no Ali, only Igbo, you should declare armed struggle. No na Israel, governor but I feel be governor because they gave the instruction. A low to Madushi declare my government in Israel. Usbi declare I'm a bidobuani. Usbi declare I'm a bidobuani. But he declared he go see army. That is fake. And they get mentioned 2, 3, or 4 cabinets, which your people will appoint for you. Your people will appoint for you because you will discuss with your people in any other hand. Or enforcement. Civility cannot be enforced. And you can't enforce it at home. Oh, you're civil. If you enforce it, it's not civil. And you make campaign here already. So maybe I was a civil. Now let me sit at home. I made voluntarily. No akan. The whole violence condemned that peaceful one I made Nayad. Do you know why? Only put a press release in a town Monday you are in charge. But I should be made a map of a press release. Only press release you and the press release file lawyer. Are you aware? Now, a man in neighbor Monday, my neighbor drive POB, a man I defend the UN. Each and every back on any other newspaper. When I paper any UN. Also, the drive POB, a map of a press release to counter it. My people are more one. Oh, when we had the challenge fool. In my POB message, I use the normal law. Normal law, they high one. One man, I be a notion as zoology. Jidea, Macajolam, my husband, or one. I have your vehicle. When I name a first sit at home, I say no one. In where I did there, Nigerian police may arrest. Now, their name is Simon. Hey, when did the DOS started working with DSS? They told police to arrest our men. Now, leave and I honor Yoshi. And I honor criminal. How come Obodo Kanebaki Akwi Konso, but Obodo Nangongo, na baby one, Nangongo, baby bush, Nangongo, na double lion. Oyoshi won Angongo. Ezmo mmadụ nwụọ eno n'uju ikonseri bebe ericha be uju but ndị ochi niile awụ obodo na-eweta information na onye ochi but ikonso wụ politician with information obodo ekwe with information because onye na-eche ha but ị na-disturb obodo all the ordinary person get with information ebe a ga-ejide. Do you see why those criminals is in Njide? We don't ESN na agbali egbe ejide ha ọ mgba ka iji beat Nigeria. Anyị abịa sị ha na ihu ha jide ya ha mekwa insist na YPOB na IPOB asị oke na anyị ga-akpa aha ndị ahụ na-eme ihe ahụ ma ọ bụ na ha akwụsịghị ya Simon ekpa ha sị ya mewe ha mewe anyị asịsị oke ka anyị kpaa aha ha anyị akpọzi aha ha sị they are calling the names of our men on radio for the army to catch them. Did you understand? Mgbe ọbụla ịkpọrọ meeting n'obodo ka fight ya criminal ndị na-aghasa ya bụ ndị ahụ na-akọmiti mgbe ọbụla plan for echekwa ebe a onye ọbụla aghasara ya ọha nwe bụ ndị na-akọmit crime. So ihe a na-emewu ka anyị na-edo ndị mmadụ anya because director adịghị after ma ị lọsụrụ but ihe ọ ga-eje ejidego ihe ndị anyị gwara gị. So ọhịa m na-agwa unu m jọsụrụ gbabata ebe a eji too mmasị ka m dotu anya so unu jichi ike onye gwara gị na enwere sit at home gwakwa ya na ọ onye iro gị o. 1 mmadụ emetụbeghị director onye dị mmegbu ọ nụkwa dị na-eti ya enwekwa rekọdụ Nnaemeka ziri o sendịrị mapụ afọ mmecha ugbu a mee play kwari unu nke sendịrị mapụ afọ from barista Nnaemeka Ejiofọ ka m play yari unu ma emecha. Thank you ụmụ Chineke. I will be bringing it to an end from here. Ka Chukwu abịa ma gọzie unu ebe ọ bụla unu nọ. Ihe kacha wụ favor ọkwa favor ka o nyere Joseph to the extent that na Potiphar chọpụtara na Joseph nwee favor ọkwa ya ka the same Joseph ji gaa na nke Fero ahụkwa favor ọ ya ka anyị na-ayọ n'isi unu ka favor ya dakwasị unu nwa bekee hụ unu ka o lefekwere n'anya na ebubo Naijiria bụrụ anyị na-eme ha hụ unu ha na-enyo unu ka Chineke nye unu ihu ọma ebe ọ bụla unu nọ. Ndị ka nọkwa nna ala Biafra o nwere ndị iro n'ebe a bịara igbu anyị ịmakwa otu isi na-emehie ya ihu ha na ngwa ọgụ ha nọ hie since ha mere years ha egbuchabeghị anyị eze udo mewekwenụ ya nara ekele n'ihi na iji Nnamdi Kanu zodo ha ụkwụ n'isi nara ekele otu isi mee ha disobey court order imere eze udo n'ihi na anyị ma na ọ last miracle. Director sị na ha ga-eme ihe niile ekwụsị anyị ọkwa na ya ka ha na-eme ọ sị na ha ga-agba mbọ niile na ọ gaghị awọk nara ekele nara otuto ihe anyị na-eji akpọ gị bụ n'oge ka o prezentịrị ọ sị na ọgị nwa ọhụkwana onye ọzọ na-egosiri anyị ọgị nwa Chukwu abịa ma mgbe ọbụla anyị abịakwute gị anyị jisi gị ike ụta Elijah jijisie gị ike mgbe ha chọrọ ịkpọ chi ga-eji ọkụ eri aja. Elijah nwere ihe ọ gwara gị ọ sị na ọ bụ na ime ala fere Baal were ọkụ rie aja n'ugwu ga alago bikos na ịma na Baal na-ejikwa ọkụ eri aja ọkwa ya nwa mere iji gbanyụọ ọkụ ndị amụma Baal ma elu ma ala ọkụ enwughị ọkwa ya ka anyị nyere gị Chineke anyị nwekwere gị nke a n'olu na anyị ga-eji Biafra efe gị ọ gwụla onwe ihe ọzọ ka ụmụ anyị gwa ndị mmadụ na enwere chi maka ha echefugo chi imele eze udo n'ihi na ebu chi lakwa ndị iro anyị n'iyi ma ndị ka ịka na-ezo ezo mekwe ka ha pụta anyị na-atụ ụjọ ihe anyị nidiri yuzu anyị eyuzula sọsọ angel anyị dị ready maka anyị dị capable so ndị na-ezo ezo mee ka ha pụta ihe so that mgbe director ga-apụta ka ọ na anyị alụgbuola ha ka director hụ freeway ka o nwee ike duru anyị gawa n'aha gị chi ukwu okike abịa amara pụrụ ime ihe niile we have prayed. Ise. Thank you ụmụ Chineke. From me the fearless IPOB evangelist Mazi Nwachukwu, and from here our homeland radio Biafra. It is
It is 1:42.
Okay, it is good afternoon. Thank you ụmụ Chineke.
Let me go straight to the doctor and see if I can get hold of him. Good evening, doctor. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Mazi.
Welcome back again on this platform. It is Constructive Argument. Biafrans are waiting. We are listening. Please, doctor, go ahead.
I greet you all this evening. All Biafrans, even the enemy can listen in. And all lovers of freedom. Greeting to you all. Thank you. Before I begin, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Mazi, am I coming out clearly?
Loud and clear, and I can assure you humanity are listening. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, today we continue on the journey. We have got to 30th of May in last broadcast when Biafra was declared. I hope if you follow the series, you understand the reasoning and the background to that declaration. It took a 1 full year from May 66 massacres to May 30th, 1967 before Biafra was declared. When Biafra was declared, the music that Mazi Onora played for us was really a celebration because we moved from Onwuzurua, which literally tried to dampen the pain we were going through at the time, to Ojukwu, thank you. Biafra has come to stay. So there was a celebrative sort of component to our existence from the 30th of May onwards. Not that we knew all the facts or all the background situation. There are very few people who knew how vulnerable Biafra was. But to every man on the street, that was it. We have now arrived. Ojukwu once said that being a sprinter himself, is like waiting for the gun to go. And, the starter's pistol, and if you're sprinting, if you understand what I'm talking about, if you're an athlete. So as soon as the gun goes, you just take off and start sprinting and show the world what you can do. That was the attitude Biafrans had. We now got our own country. We're now going to show the world what we're made up of. And why? Because, Nigeria, the Northerners have always wanted to be away from Nigeria. So they're the ones who've been playing to secede, and we've been holding Nigeria. The Westerners, Yoruba, always want to do the one nation. So now that they engineered in such a way that Biafrans, the Easterners, are now the ones that have left, it's a bit like good riddance. Nigeria can now do what it likes, so the Igbos have left. Well, it wasn't quite like that, was it? Because those who want black people, and indeed Africans and Nigerians, to be suppressed forever, said to the Nigerian leaders, if you allow the Biafrans to leave to form Eastern Nigeria in a different country, they've got the oil. Not only the oil, they have the actual trained manpower to run Nigeria. So we have a scenario. The children of Israel are leaving Egypt. Now you need to go and grab them, bring them back. If they refuse, you kill them. So that's really what Biafra was about. You are escaping from your enemy who wanted you to leave that part of the country, which you thought was yours. And then you got back to your own village. Now they want to kill you to bring you back in, to carry on killing you. So people need to understand that scenario. So, but to the Biafrans, there's no task was impossible. They just want to have their own country. So what do you think will happen to University of Nsukka? It was renamed University of Biafra straight away. We only had one university in that part of the world. So immediately they started planning to have another university at Port Harcourt. The schools, secondary school, everybody was being mobilized to run a country, which was so, it was going to be a pride of everybody. And we were so keen and eager to get on with running the country. In the meanwhile, our military, what is left of them, really don't, if they were invaded, if we were invaded, we don't have a designated weapon to go and defend ourselves. But not very many people knew that. Because if you look at the Nigeria setup, I'm going to tell you for free that the way it was structured, there was a heavy concentration of military firepower in the north. Yeah? For example, the 3rd Battalion was in Kaduna. The 5th Battalion was in Kanu. The 1st Artillery Brigade was in Kaduna. The 1st Field Squadron Engineers was in Kaduna. The 88th Transport Regiment was in Kaduna. Nigeria Military Academy was in Kaduna. Ordnance Depot, Nigeria, was in Kaduna. The 44 Military Hospital was in Kaduna. Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. Reconnaissance Squadron and Regimental Headquarters, Kaduna. Nigeria Air Force, Kaduna. 6th Battalion, which was being formed, was in Kaduna. Ammunition Factory, Kaduna. Recruitment Transport Depot, Zaria. Nigeria Military School, Zaria. And of that, the Western Nigeria, you have 4th Battalion, Ibadan. 2nd Field Artillery, that was in Abeokuta, and the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron, Abeokuta. What about the East? Of the 20 formations, we had 1 battalion in Enugu. And that battalion that was in Enugu, because of what happened in May, the soldiers from various parts were asked to return to their own part of origin. So the Northerners who were in Enugu at the time took their weapons and they left Enugu. And they said they were going to defend this for defense. And when they get to the northern Nigeria, they will return the weapons. They didn't return the weapon. So what I'm really illustrating there is that the East was defenseless. Okay? So you had all the heavy concentration in the North, and the people who set up Nigeria knew what they were doing, namely the British. They made sure where the firepower is will forever rule that country. So, but what are we to do? If we go to the North, they kill us. If we come back, they're coming to kill us. So you declare yourself a new nation. I think there's an Igbo saying that the chicken said he's not crying that the hawk will leave him alone. He's crying so that the whole world will hear his voice. Okay? So, Okuko say, aye, akpabega hausa ebe hafia kama mwanine nudia. So that was the situation Biafrans found themselves in. We had to scream to other countries so that they will hear us. The AU, it was then, the Organization of African Unity, United Nations. If we didn't do Biafra as a country, a sovereign state, we will remain inside Nigeria and the state of emergency will be declared and will be wiped out. So, if we go back to Nigeria, we get killed. If we stay where we are, we get killed. So it's a very, very difficult situation. But the morale, as that music we played earlier was saying, the morale was so high because you now have a country. So that was the only umbrella we had. We now have a country. So that is the background. So what did we do then? We had to learn a new national anthem. My goodness, I was in the primary school, and one day the teacher came out and showed us the new national anthem. And I'm going to just sing the Tony Sofa for everybody to hear. This is what I learned as a primary school person. And it says, mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi. So, 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 la, mi, so, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi. So, 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 la, mi, so, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, do. So we learned new song for our new national anthem, and we have to try and learn it. So it's quite interesting. So I'm just going to share that with you. So a new national anthem, it's not every day you get born and then you have a new national anthem being played. In the UK, they have the God Save the King now being played. It used to be God Save the Queen. So there's sort of a change in that sort of atmosphere. So I'm just sharing with you little droppings of what was happening. So now, we have a nation to defend. Business was booming. People who fled from Lagos or whatever, they relocated. They started having the business all the towns in Biafra. Everything was going well. But you had 36 days. Remember, from the 30th of May to the 6th of July 1967. 36 days is what you're given as a country before war. Okay? And at this time, the coast was already blockaded. Nigeria have already gone and blockaded the coast. There was no plane flying in. You could only drive through Cameroon before that area was sealed off. So you're already isolated, and the war hasn't even started. Okay, let's fast forward. What's now going to happen? Nigeria, on the other hand, Gowon was threatening until you declared their Biafra. So I want you to, undeclare Biafra. In other words, renounce secession, or we're going to march across, arrest you in Enugu, and capture all the rebellion, all the rebels, and bring them for trial and court-martial you. So what Gowon was saying is that this Declaration of Independence you people made is not acceptable. And it's a treasonable act, and we're going to use a police action to arrest the Juku and bring him for trial, and stop all this shenanigans. And maybe what they really meant to say is to carry on killing the Igbos. So the phrase they coined was to unite Nigeria is an attack that must be done. The people call it a task that must be done. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. But the original statement was to unite, to keep Nigeria one is an attack that must be done. An attack that must be done. So, and that was in the radio jingles that we began to play. So while all this was happening, remember you had a new national anthem. They will have to now have a new radio system, a new radio channel, a new radio station. And because BBC have got there before us, BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, we had to think about what to call ours. You call us a Biafran Broadcasting Corporation. That'd be copying, wouldn't it? Unlike the Biafran, very sharp people. So they say what we need to do is to call ourselves the BCB, the Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. And from that Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra, you now have the Radio Biafra, which you and I are listening to today. So that is the origin of the Radio Biafra. This Radio Biafra, before the war started, you started having people coming up to talk to us, Radio Biafra. We had someone called Okukundem. Hey, my goodness. When I heard Nnamdi Kanu, I thought the spirit of Okukundem has risen again. So Okukundem, he was very fiery. He was a celebrated journalist. Student took on Radio Biafra and started, explaining to the Northerners, this nonsense they're playing at is not fair for us. And they started completely hammering them, so much so that Okukundem, when he comes on the radio and starts speaking, he can silence the whole Nigerian army. And so his speaking slowed them down, with the Juku saying, if they dare cross into Biafran land to attack us, even the grass will rise and fight. The grass will rise and fight. So basically, they were preparing the minds of the people that if the war should come, well, we have no choice but to fight and defend ourselves. And nobody in Biafra thought if the war came, we were going to lose. Because in their mindset, what we had, if you're going to fight, well, Okonkwo, we take a knife, Abreba, we send the Abreba team to go and deal with it, guns and so on. Unknown to them, this is not a war you use man to man, spear arrows and machete. This is a modern warfare, okay? A modern warfare, you can shoot an artillery, which is about 15 miles, and during the war from Elede, it'll land around the environs of Owerri, from Elede. About 15, 20 miles away. The artillery can land indiscriminately anywhere. So it's not a war you go in front and start, sword by sword. It's not a sword fight. So this is a modern war. And Nigeria had all the weapons, and we didn't. So that is already a disadvantage. So when the outsiders looked at the situation, they just sent a reporter like Freddie Forsyth. I wanted to go and cover the defeat of the Biafrans. So the war hasn't even started. The BBC was planning to go there and report the surrender. Okay, I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just the mindset of the outside world. They say Biafrans, this thing will be over in 72 hours. What are they? I read you all the formations where the military was kept in Nigeria. Everything was in outside Biafra land. So how can you then fight a war? What, are you guys mad? What is the matter with you? So the scenario then was that the Biafrans have to get down to real, those in the know need to start thinking about how to protect this new land. Okay? So they formed an Institute of Technology straight away, and that Institute of Technology was beginning to help to plan how to defend this land and manufacture things for us. They had, yes, you heard me right, they had the Food Directorate. The Directorate was already in place. They had the Food Directorate, they had the Clothing Directorate, they had These are the people that were organizing to make sure we have some semblance in case the war breaks out, what we're going to do to defend it. So I'm just going quickly now, just to make sure we're not bogged down. So by God's grace, we'll be able to have a few time for people to ask some questions. So the preparation, I'm saying to you, was not what we would have liked it to be, because you're already blockaded. You're not bringing a shipload of weapons to help to defend yourself. Whatever you have inside Biafra is what you had, and were few weapons that began to arrive. And dialing back to Aburi Accord, the opening sentence of Aburi, Ojukwu said, look, we hear that the people are buying weapons. And his name was Apollo. Yeah, one of the Nigerian soldiers was sent out to go and buy weapons to Nigeria. And Ojukwu was the former quartermaster general. Quartermaster is a person who knows what armor has comes into your country as a military man. So, but Ojukwu has moved away from that to be governor of the eastern region. So he knew roughly what the weapons were. So Gowon, in the Aburi Accord, in the Aburi discussion, they agreed that people were sending, soldiers to go and buy weapons from Nigeria. So it was decided that whatever weapons was bought, it will be shared among all the 4 regions to remove suspicion, and people should stop importing weapons. But the weapons that was imported was not shared. So to cut this long story not too short, the eastern region was really without any means of defending itself. So about 36 days is what they had. So I will now go and explain to you what happened as we waited for the assault to come, because Nigeria wasn't going to allow you to go. We'll say good riddance. Maybe if there was no oil in Biafra land, yeah, they would say, oh, well, they have left Nigeria. Good riddance. There's no point in us to. It's a good thing they left. Now we can all have peace and quiet, isn't it? But it wasn't like that. They wanted your oil. They wanted your land, but not your people. It became very obvious, and that is really why the fighting was so bitter. Because even though they came with all this heavy firepower, we sang songs like Ha Chinedu, Sinala, Sina Mary, Biafra Gen Mary. There's something they forgot to calculate, that is the determination of Biafrans to survive. And that is, in any war, you declare any war, it doesn't matter how mighty you think you are. Yeah, might is not right. Might is not always right. Okay? Hitler tried it, but Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler tried to cross into Russia. I've forgotten how many miles long the front was, with millions of people he sent in to go and capture the whole of Russia. Well, he failed. Napoleon tried it before. He's going to drink tea in he's going to drink tea in Moscow. He did. He managed to drink tea in Moscow, but then there was nobody there to fight. He retreated, and the funny thing was that the buttons the French used for their coats under such a cold weather, the zinc that was made of fell off, so they died of pneumonia because they didn't have enough cover to keep them warm. So every time you set out to destroy people, every time you go to conquer people, whatever it is, whoever you think you are, if it's unfair as a fight, and you think, you can win because you have the firepower, just think that the people might want to live, yeah? They wouldn't all surrender. They might want to live. They might want to, protect whatever God has given them. And in Biafra, we had so many miracles that occurred to keep us alive. So at the end of the fighting, it appears that the enemy realized, and indeed was witnessed by outsiders, that before they came, they said, Biafrans were told, fight like heroes. And then when the French foreign minister came, he said, he now knows that heroes, in fact, fight like Biafrans. So I'm taking you to the battle to see exactly what happened. The battle started, this police action, police action, which Gowon called it, is just going to cross what he then called the East Central State, go into Enugu, capture Ojukwu, bring all his rebels, and try them and court-martial them and end this nonsense called rebellion. Yeah. So what was happening then is that the Biafrans, those in the know, was expecting an invasion, because there was a lot of massing. Biafran Nigerian military troops were massing, meaning they're concentrating a certain part in the northern part of the northern part of Biafra land around Makodi, right? So Nigerian troops are massing. All their equipment was supplied, were being, getting ready for an attack under Colonel Shua, who was going to launch the attack into Biafra land. When you launch an attack, you have a sort of a plan, a decoy. Yeah, just like in the Second World War, when the Allies attacked Germany or Nazi German Europe, they didn't just come across Calais. Calais from Dover to Calais is the shortest distance in England to France. So Hitler was waiting with all his firepower across Calais with some serious guns that can blow ships out of the water. But the Western Allies went all the way around to a place called Normandy. Okay, and the problem with that the Germans thought that was a decoy. But you're playing with intelligent people. Germans are very intelligent. Say, this is a decoy. We still wait for Calais. But then the decoy was not so much of a decoy, was the real thing. So that's what caught the Germans out. So by the time they realized it's a real invasion, then it was a little bit, the Allies had few more opportunity to get their toe in Europe, and then started taking land from France and so on, from German occupation. So in the Nigerian scenario, they attacked in two fronts. One at a place called Garkem. Garkem is the northeastern part of Biafra land and near Ogoja. So Garkem was one of the first places they attacked, and then at a place called Ugudu. And then you come to the Nsukka. Now Nsukka is immediately ahead, literally north of Enugu, and Enugu is the capital. So if you're coming to attack, to capture Enugu, you will not come straight to Nsukka. You go via Ogoja area as a decoy. Okay, so there's a two-pronged attack it's called. So this two-pronged attack started off at a place called Garkem. Garkem is about 30 miles from Ogoja Township. Garkem. Now, so what did they do? Before they came to Garkem, the Biafran soldiers, and this information is coming from somebody called Alexander Madiebo, who is the GOC, the Biafran, who became the general officer commanding the Biafran army. He wrote an article. He wrote about the actual war events. So if you want to study it, that is where most of the information about the war is, about the actual battlefield and what happened. So our Alexander Madiebo, he was in the Biafran military commander. He was trained along with Gowon at Sandhurst. He was there when Yakubu Gowon was called Jack Gowon with the Sergeant Major at Sandhurst. Sergeant Major came down, everybody was telling their name, and Yakubu Gowon said, "What is your name?" He was asked, "What is his name?" He said, "My name is Yakubu Gowon." So that name sounds like Jack. "Can I call you sir? Can I call you Jack?" Yeah. So that's how he called his name Jack. So this Madiebo was in the same class as Gowon, and he was trained in the artillery, the Nigerian artillery brigade, if you like. He knows about the artilleries. So he happens to be around the northern part of Biafra, which is where the battle started, this Garkem place, when this took place. Have another side to it. You can always hear the Nigerian side or how they attacked us, but this is the Biafran side of the story. So you have it. If Nigeria has ever published what they did, so you need to hear it. So in other words, the Ogoja area was when the whole thing started. So the General Madiebo actually died this year on the 3rd of June. And I know most of you might know this. He was 90 years old. He was one of the remaining Biafran commanders. So he died 30th on the 3rd of June, 2022. So he's 90 years old. So I'm reading, therefore, from his book. I haven't studied it. So this is where the first battle, opening shots, okay, in the Biafran-Nigerian War, this is where it was documented. So it's a battle at Garkem. The night before that Garkem operation, went to visiting as a superior officer, checking how ready are we in defending the land. So he went to the northern part of Biafra land to check those who are in the front, close to Nigeria. Okay, so when he got there, he realized that the commanding officer, who was supposed to be looking after a battalion, a brigade of Biafrans, was actually in hospital. He was ill. So the second lieutenant. So the captain was in hospital, but the second lieutenant was the one. He didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't even trained properly. So he told them off. He said, "What are you guys playing at? Now, come on, let's dig some trenches." It's a dug trenches at an area where they thought would be good for defending. So a trench is when you dig a hole in the ground, and not that you're going to bury the person, but you're actually going to go in there. So that if there's a shell or a rifle, you can actually, a bullet, you may be able to have somewhere to hide. Okay, so it's very, very important. You dig a trench. And during the war, we dug trenches, and I say we, that is how we survived in the war environment, because the war was cut off and Nigerians were trying to recapture it, and they were shelling. Shelling means they're sending artillery, and it can land on your head, it can land on your house, it can land anywhere. So what we did was to dig holes in the ground and put palm tree trunks over those holes and filled it with sand. So now if the artillery land directly on it, of course you died anyway. But if you land outside it, you would live. So it's a trench. A trench in warfare is very, very important. You dig in and you protect yourself from all the shrapnels that will be flying around if you're standing or not if you're in an open place. So having explained that, so this commanding officer told the soldiers off and said, "You better dig the trench. What do you think you're playing at?" So he showed them, they dug the trench and they got ready. So the very next day after digging this trench at 5:30, 5:30 in the morning in Garkem. So for those who want to know the history, on the 6th of July, 1967, at 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 hours at Garkem, they opened up. Nigerians opened up with a barrage of artillery. The heavy, what they call preparatory bombardment. You're preparing the ground. You're softening the ground by throwing lots and lots of heavy artillery over the area you're about to march across. So the heavy mortars, extremely heavy ones, sustained for over from 5:30 to about 9 o'clock, non-stop. So people who heard it thought, "Oh, there's some thunder, in the distance." Thunder. So this commander of the army knew, because he trained in artillery, he knew it was Nigerian artillery, and the war has therefore started. So that is how it came about. So those who were there initially, they were hiding inside the trench they dug, where this artillery was raining down on them. As they threw all this artillery, then the Nigerians sent in the APCs, armored personnel carriers, and we call Saladins and Saracens. The Saladin, there were 3 Ferret cars and 1 Saladin. These are the vehicles. They're very, very, it's a bit like a tank. If you shoot at them, the bullet will not touch the people inside it, but they can hose you down with bullets. So it's like a protective gear. So those ones, after the shelling, they send those 4 APCs across, to cover the ground. So those ones then went ahead So our boys or Biafran troops were inside the trenches, so they allowed these things to pass. They didn't challenge them because you can't challenge them with your rifles. After that, then the Nigerians send in their own troops, the battalions of Nigerian troops, were then following the tank. So they shelled you, then they bring the armor personnel, which they're then following behind. So the armor personnel passed by, and then these Nigerian troops have followed them, and then the people who dug the trench went on the either side, so that when they passed by, they're now behind them. Okay, does that make sense? So that's how the encounter started. Of course, when the shelling started, the Biafran started sustaining injury. They're being carried away. But then, when the actual shooting was when the Nigerian infantry came across. Yeah. So for those who know little about military tactics, is like you have prepared the ground. You then send in the armored personnel, right? There were 3 Ferret cars once again and 1 Saladin armored vehicle. These came in at 9 o'clock. And then the Land Rover was mounted with 106 recoilless rifle anti-tank gun, which moved in to attack armored vehicles, and they're raining bullets. So if they're spraying on the village, and all the mud huts, it just knocks this down. There's no defense whatsoever. Okay, so they approached our troops. So what happened? Our troops went on both sides of the flank to make contact with the enemy and then attack them. So this is what happened. The armored personnel carriers bypassed the Biafran troops, bypassed them, and they carried on going to the village to terrorize and kill as many people as they could. But the Biafran troops made contact with the assaulting enemy infantry. Yeah, so they're advancing. The half-heartedly, they were about 400 yards from the village. Now, therefore fighting began, and each enemy battalion poised against 2 battalions. The Biafrans had 2 platoons. The platoon is about 50 or 60 number of troops. A battalion is over 100. Yeah. So imagine 2 of them, and then you're faced with 2 platoons of Biafran army. So there's already a mismatch. Now, after 2 hours of intense exchange of fire, the enemy turned round and broke into a run back towards where they started, their start line. So they were obvious surprised for the reasons they suffered heavy casualty, and they considered a number of prisoners of war. Biafrans captured some of the Nigerian troops, and one of them turned out to be what the author says a bore. He was just boring them with his whining and complaining. Several hours, muttering to himself. This is what he said. In other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. Nobody could stop him, because what surprised him was that he was told that the Biafra just march across and capture them and come home. The war will be over in 72 hours. So when he was surprised that Biafra were able to shoot back at them, so he said, in other words, he didn't call you the Easterners, he didn't call you the Igbo, he said the Biafrans. So if you don't think you are a Biafran, an enemy coming to kill you is calling you a Biafran. Okay? So take that as a note. So they're calling you Biafrans, even in the first opening shot of the war. Yeah? So remember, Biafra was declared 36 days earlier. They are calling you Biafrans, even in the heat of the battle. So in other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. I wish we had enough. Anyway, that's another story. So that is the first encounter, which I think most of us are not familiar with. They will tell you that Biafrans declared, Ojukwu declared Biafra and attacked Nigeria, so that's why Nigeria started the war. Here is it in black and white. The person they captured was not carrying any handcuff. Okay, the army personnel were not police marked. These are soldiers. Okay, Nigeria had plenty of them. Some of them were trained in the Second World War. We just came up and we had to form a new military. We are from scratch, because those battalions that were staying in Enugu have already left. What was left was technicians and cooks. They didn't have any weapons, so we had to start from scratch. And to make the matter worse, the Biafrans who were in the Nigerian army on the 29th of July, most of the officers, over 200 of them, were massacred. So the people who could fight for you were wiped out. You have no weapons, and you have to defend yourself. So those are the situations we found ourselves on the 6th of July, 1967, when the war started. So now that the Biafran have surprised the Nigerians, okay, at the opening shots, the Biafran troops were now anxious to exploit their success. Imagine the excitement, yeah? They charged down and advanced and soon run into a heavy enemy fire. So when they charged, then, because if you manage to stop the enemy, yeah, you then chase them only to run into another flank of enemy waiting for you in front of them, yeah? And then from the armored personnel, the vehicles which went which passed them earlier on is now speeding back, has turned around because his troops are no longer joining them. So the troops turn round, so the armored vehicles turn around to chase the Biafrans, and then the other ones who are waiting for them find. So you can imagine the confusion. So their troops again moved out of the flanks to allow the armored personnel carrier to pass by. Okay, from there the troops returned to their trenches at Garkem. So they came back to where they started, a face of fierce concentration of artillery. So having got there, then the enemy can only shoot at them from a distance with artillery firepower. So because they have dug a trench, and that trench protected them during the night, and to allow them to withstand the bombardment. Okay, so I just want to pause there for a second, because that is to remind you that the opening encounter was at Garkem. Garkem is about 30 miles from Ogoja town, and it was in the northern east uttermost northeastern part of Biafra land. But remember, I said to you, they also came to another part, which is in Suka. Okay, so what's happened is that I'll tell you briefly about Obudu. Yeah, so at Obudu, yeah, while the Battle of Garkem was raging, this fighting on that front, that side, they're also fighting at Obudu. Now, the similar battle pace was also happening. So this time is the Biafran D Company, the 1st Battalion. Yeah, this was stationed at Obudu. They're extremely strong. This time, the Nigerian troops are meeting some people who are actually in the Nigeria, who were formerly in the Nigerian, as well led by a Captain Michael Olehi. Olehi was the captain in the Nigerian army before the war started, and he has half of his company, or 450 men. They were old Nigerian soldiers, with the commander himself in a position to boast 18 years of military service. So this time, they're going to meet not just new recruits, but really toughened soldiers. So at the end of the 2 hours of bombardment, again, Nigeria opened a bombardment, lasted from 6 to 8. The enemy then put in a straightforward infantry attack. That was quickly halted and beaten back because Biafran troops are well disciplined and well trained. Then we followed them into an immediate counterattack. They launched into an attack to chase the Nigerians, but which was so successful that the enemy was completely routed and sent on the run. The enemy casualties were very heavy, and the amount of stores captured, equipment and weapons they captured was considerable. During the almost uncontrollable chase, which followed, many enemy stragglers were taken prisoners. By midday, we had captured enough weapons to form another armed platoon, and only limitations being the actual restricted quantities of ammunition captured with these weapons. So you capture them, but you need to put bullets inside them. So I just explained in the 2 battles, one of them, Biafrans were waiting for them, were really strong, well-trained and well-disciplined. So they were able to hold their own in that sense at Obudu. Okay? So because I want this discussion to be interactive, I just showed you the opening shots of what happened in Biafra. There'll be many more battles because the war was about 30 months. There are so many areas we're going to discuss so that our people will have some idea of what actually went down. It's not a police action. Nobody they captured there was a policeman with their handcuffs to come and arrest you and take him back to Lagos. It didn't happen like that. They invaded Biafra. Nigeria crossed the border and attacked Biafra with shelling, with armored personnel carriers, all sorts of heavy artillery, weaponry, and the soldiers marched in to kill. And they were repulsed in the first one. Now, so that's what was happening. What about the general public? Biafrans, obviously, you don't know what's going on because you're nowhere. For example, in Port Harcourt, you're miles away from the battle scene. And in those days, you don't have telex, you don't have, you can't just send somebody a text and say the war has started and so on. So how did the general public, what gave them the inclination that there's something amiss, right? Well, here's where Radio Biafra comes in again. So this Radio Biafra is very impressive. So Radio Biafra was there on the day the war started, okay? So what happened on the 6th of July 1967? It was in the afternoon. By the way, 6th of July was on a Thursday, okay? So in the afternoon, the Radio Biafra started sounding battle drum beats, okay? These battle drum beats was like Abreba and Uzoitem clan war drum beats. So the radio suddenly started playing drum beats, okay? These drum beats went on for a long time, okay? So the interesting thing is that imagine you've been playing normal radio and suddenly this drum beat started, okay? So those who had the radio to listen to was wondering, what is going on? Something must be happening. So at long last, it's like when the Queen died or any major person died, there's a change in scenery in broadcast. That's exactly happened in Radio Biafra. So after long, drum beats, there's then somebody came on the radio with a depressed voice announcing thus, this quote unquote, His Excellency is going to address the nation shortly. So stay tuned. Okay? So, and then the drum beat went on again. Oh, no. And then everybody was obviously waiting, pausing. Well, what's going to happen? What has happened? So before the evening news, the drum beat then stopped. Then came the sympathetic but energized voice of His Excellency, Lieutenant Kanu, who came on radio on the 6th of July 1967, and he said, paraphrased, fellow Biafrans, at the early hours of this morning, some brigades of Nigerian army attacked our Biafran soldiers in 3 sectors at the northern border. But our gallant soldiers repelled them. And then, unquote, he ended the speech by stressing the need for everybody to be eternally vigilant, for eternal vigilance. And I remind you that Ojukwu's number plate was, if anyone knows his number plate, he put VIG1, VIG1, Vigilant 1. So that's his number plate. So that's an interesting one to drop in. Okay, so what I've done here is to tell you on the day there's Radio Biafra went into war as well, okay? There was a change in the Radio Biafra announcements, and to set the scene for Ojukwu to make the announcement that the war has started, the Nigeria crossed over and attacked us, okay? So I think this is just a taste of what happened between the 36 days, 30th of May, to the 6/7/67 when the war started. And I think I ought to pause here and take some questions or interact and talk, because I want people to, ask questions and learn. If I can't answer a question, maybe I may go and find out the answer and come back to you another time. Mazi or Noha, I hope this is okay.
All right, Mazi, I tell you what we are going to do. I'm going to open the line, but meanwhile, because obviously you know it takes a bit of a while before the call starts coming in on the WhatsApp line. So what you're gonna do is you will continue, and as soon as a call comes in, I will alert you, and then of course we give chance for the call. We take the question, and then yeah. So if you may continue while I open the lines, and then we wait for the calls to come through.
Okay, that's good. All right. So now. So
and please, one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. Let me announce the numbers to call. So if you are listening right now, and it is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Kechukwonoha, and of course we're talking Biafran history. And I am opening the line in case if you want to call, you have a question historical that you want to ask our guest this evening. Please call on our WhatsApp line, and the numbers are +27 740 678 412. I repeat, +27 740 678 412. And for the last time, +27 740 678 412. That is our WhatsApp line, and that is the number you can call. We will take your question. You don't have to give a long speech, just ask a question, and then we will take it from there. So we're waiting for your question. Please don't call on the Skype line because our Skype line is engaged. Our guest is currently on the Skype line. Just call on this WhatsApp line. Many of you knows this line. All right, Mazi, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll double back and say before the war started, you can't work in isolation. Okay, in other words, the world where Biafra Nigeria is a war, but you have to remember they both are in the planet Earth. Yeah, so you have to look at what is happening outside Nigeria in the world. So the geopolitics of the world at the time was that of Cold War. Now, what does that mean? It means the West was arraigned against the communist Russia. Okay, so they are vying to see who would dominate the planet. Both had their weapons. So this war, Biafra Nigeria, was in the Cold War environment. Okay, the second thing was the Vietnam War was on. Okay, so the media might be more interested in Vietnam than Nigeria Biafra War. Okay, then prior to that, 6-day war. The 6-day war is on the 5th of June to 10th of June, where Israel was fighting the Arab nations. They massed the Arab nation united to fight Israel. Okay, so as a result of that 6-day war, which Israel gained more territories, there was then a blockade of the Suez Canal. So there was what we call the energy crisis started, which we have at the moment. So the oil that was coming from the Middle East wasn't going through the Suez Canal. So immediately, the UK, for example, needs oil. They need the oil to run their industry, but it's not coming through Suez Canal. They've already gone to war before to open the Suez Canal, but this time it was blocked after the 6-day war. The Arab nation wanted to boycott anyone sending oil to the West because they perceived that the West was supporting Israel and so on. So,
all right, Mazi, if you can hold on for this, I think I have a caller. Let's go to the caller and see what question the caller have. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi Kechukwonoha.
Mazi, good evening. Please, your names and where you calling, and then, of course, you give us your question, and then you listen on the background. Thank you.
Yes. Ndewo, my dear brother, Mazi Kechukwonoha, and our honorable Dr. Okachi. I want to thank you. In fact, I have been following this program right from the first one until date. The thing is that from the first history, from the first, what would I call it now? Is it history of what happened to our people till today? It has been. I've not. My perception of the way I view Nigeria before has changed. You know, if my hatred was, should I say, 100% before, it has doubled. you know, because of the series of massacres, because of everything. And I want to thank Dr. Okachi for bringing this to the notice. But I want to make a request that if it's possible, there was, I don't know if it is the part 2 or part 3, where he talked about the witnesses, the people that were witnessing for the massacre in Castina, Sokoto. If it can be made like a form of hard copy, you know, a short hard copy, and I'm sure Biafrans are willing to have it in any way, in any form, because sometimes, you know, in audio,
all right, Mazi,
it can be lost.
Mazi, please, just to summarize, because of time and there's a lot of caller waiting, do you want to ask a question or just the request?
Yes, the request, and then also it's not a question. One thing I want Dr. Kaji to tell us, please.
Yes.
Why do we have a lot of our people? There was a day you asked him this question, but the answer was not very clear to me. I want to know, after all the massacre, even before the war and the one after the war, why do we still have a lot of our people in the north today? I want to know. I want to know. You've asked him this question.
All right,
but
Mazi.
He's
going to answer it now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndebo. All right, Doctor, I don't know if you get the question.
No, I did not hear fully.
All right, let me say, he first of all, he made a request in one of your history lesson, part 2, where you spoke about the eyewitnesses, you know, during the war. So he said, if you can make it available in hard copy, it will be appreciated. That was a request he made. And then he asked a question. He said that upon all the massacring of our people before and during and after the war, why do we still have Biafrans still living in the north? That was his question. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't know what your name is. Thank you for asking. The actual evidence I've already mentioned in those earlier talks. Those people who are massacred in the north, they had to give evidence before a judge, okay, in a tribunal. That tribunal is called the Report of Justice GCM Onyuke Tribunal. Is summarized by saying this massacre of Ndibo in 1966. There's a book. It's not an article. It's just a book which gives a summary of what the massacre was about. Okay, so get hold of Justice Onyuke, Onyuke, Onyuke Tribunal. Is the Eastern Nigerian at that time government documentation of what happened to Ndibo in the north. Okay, now they have been killed during the war, before the war rather, which that one was about. Now, although they're entering Ogoja now, you're going to see what they did to people they caught. They kill more people. So to answer your question, why are they still in the north? I think, Mazi, I know how you asked me this question last time.
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I've answered it. I said, if you had proper infrastructure in the south, in the eastern region, in the Biafran land, if they had trains, if they had airport, if they have access to the sea where you're importing things, they would not be outside Biafran land. They don't need to. Yeah, they would develop that Biafran land. Now, but the problem now is not just them being in the north, is even if they came back to the part we call Biafra land, they're being killed. There are people waiting for them in the farms, in the forest. There are people waiting for them in their town. They have to pay tofi every corner they pass. So Nigeria is a mess for them. So wherever you are, you're not safe. So that's where we need Biafra. So what I will advise them, wherever you are, so start thinking about having a country where when Biafra comes, all you have in the north, which is your properties and so on, and therefore you're a bit reluctant and hesitant in joining the Biafra movement. Those properties would and should be guaranteed because you'll be a foreigner in your own country and they can then take your property. But at the moment, you claim to be a Nigerian, they can kill you anytime and take your property. So that's the dilemma we find ourselves. I wish I have all the answers. Thank you very much.
All right, Doctor, I still have another caller on WhatsApp. Let's go and find out what question he has. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Simon, can you hear me? Please turn down your radio. Turn down your radio, Mazi.
I'm out.
All right.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Simon. I am calling from Ameria, Spain. The Chukwu Kikabiyama bless every IPOB family member all over the world. Bless our able leader, Onyendu. Anywhere he is, Chukwu Kikabiyama will be with him. Protect all IPOB family members all over the world. You see?
You see?
They won't know Munde. Okachi Ibem. Ndewo. Otele nchawara gị mụ amaghịzi nke na-eme eme. Dedi na n'ihe na-ekwu Simon Dika. Go.
Yes, go ahead, Simon. Go ahead and ask your question and I will relate to him. Maybe he's not hearing you very well. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing you properly. So quickly talk to Mazi and then
yes, go ahead. Ask your question and I will relate to him.
This go to you. They don't catch it. EJ about Chinua. I want to know about Chinua project. Did.
All right. So the question is, you want to know about Chinua project. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mazi. Okay, then I will put the question across to him.
So is he not hearing?
No, it's fine. It's all about question. I will ask him, and then you need to drop the phone, and then you will listen on the background. He will answer the question.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. On this occasion, I think I heard Chinua project. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he's asking. Chinua project. Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. Who's asking?
Mazi Simon Anyanugo from Spain, Ameria, Spain.
Yeah, my brother, Simon. Nice to hear from you, sir. Okay. Chinua project is something, by God's grace, I will explain more on a platform like this. Chinua project is about the economic genocide meted on Biafrans, because after the war, they made sure those people who had money in the bank didn't access it. They shut us down. So if you had £1,000 in the bank, you're only allowed £20. If you had £5 in the bank, you're not allowed to have £20. Yeah? And there's a change in currency which caught Biafrans out. It's something with the permission of Ike or any other radio platform to explain properly to people. I've already presented it in Radio Biafra before. And lots of people waiting to understand more about it is whereby we reverse the economic genocide which the Nigerian meted on us, whereby those who survived the war and they went back to their bank and say, bank manager, oh, well done, you survived the war. So yes. Can I have my money now, please? Oh, what money are we talking about? Oh, do you know the amount I had in my bank before I ran away from Zaria? Yes. How much is it? Oh, 20,000. Okay. £20,000. Yeah, okay. Can I have maybe 2,000 to start my business again? No, the government said you only allow £20 ex gratia, out of the kindness of their heart. They only give you £20. So you go home and you died of heart failure because you survived the war. You probably lost members of relatives. You want to start a business. The money you have, you cannot access it. So what I did was to look into the possibility of utilizing that knowledge to rebuild Biafrans in their economic endeavor. So with the opportunity, I'll talk about it more. Okay, because it's an important project. Simon, thank you very much. Briefly, is when the Biafrans wake up and realize that economically, if we all get together, and I've outlined it already in the radio, it is possible as a nation for Biafrans throughout the world to raise 1 billion in one day. And I'll explain how that is possible in our radio broadcast. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that, my brother Simon. I'm sure you've heard the answer to that. The Chinua project, he will emphasize more on next time. All right. Let's go back to the line. Caller on WhatsApp. I don't know if you can hear me. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, Mazi. Please, your names and where you're calling from. Then you ask your question.
Yeah, I'm calling from Hong Kong. My name is Ndoka Chukwuduje.
Mazi,
my question is, he said they were collecting weapons from Nigerian government, but they don't have bullets. So how did I get bullets?
All right, brilliant.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask him that. Okay, you can stay back on the background, and then, of course, I will relay your question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, Doctor, I don't know if you heard that. He said that you spoke about...
I didn't hear this.
All right, let me relay it to you. He said that you told us that the Biafran armies were collecting weapons from the Nigerian soldiers, but they don't have the bullets. So how did they end up getting the bullets? That was his question.
Okay, when you in the heat of the battle, the enemy drops a weapon, like let's say a rifle, you pick that up. You don't have necessarily the bullet to go inside it because you didn't collect the bullets as well. The bullet is stored somewhere else. So that's the point I'm making. Right. You captured as much of the equipment of the enemy, but sometimes you don't have the arms. There's something called arms and ammunition. Yeah, the rifle and the bullet, they're different things. You can carry the weapon, but if there's nothing going inside it, it's not going to work, is it? So when you capture the stores of the enemy, you may not necessarily have the same caliber to match it when you get to your home, because when you run out what you captured, you haven't got anything to replace it. Take the mortar bombs, for example. You can capture a mortar. A mortar is something you drop a bomb into and it takes off and blows up the enemy. The actual machine itself, you can carry it, you captured it. But if you don't have the bomb to use it, it's not as effective. That's the point I'm making, okay? I hope that's explained it.
All right, that's correct. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead. I don't have a caller holding, but you can continue. If a caller comes in, I will alert you.
Okay, so we're talking about the background, the geopolitical situation in the world at the time of the war. Okay, I said the Cold War, the Vietnam, the 6-Day War. The 6-Day War affected us more because the Israelis, they captured more territory from the Arabs. The issue here was the Arabs retaliated by blocking the Suez Canal and causing an oil embargo. So there was just like we have now, there's the energy crises. The Western world needed the oil badly through the Suez Canal. So if they're not getting oil from Suez Canal, where else are they going to get the oil, I wonder? Britain knew that oil in Biafra land...
Doctor, if I may come in, are you saying that the 6-Day Arab-Israeli war was happening the same time during Biafran war? Is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's an oil embargo, Britain needs oil badly. Yeah? And the only way you can get the oil is in Biafra land. And that had a huge impact on our survival. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So they were saving the oil in Biafra land, okay, as a reserve. But now they have to come for it. Because the oils, the North Sea oil hasn't started then. This is 1966, 67. When they discovered oil in Biafra land, they had more reserves than Kuwait at the time. Okay, but they didn't tell the Biafrans or the Nigerians the exact amount of oil they had in their land. They kept it to themselves. And when they went to look for oil, I think it was 1908 when they discovered oil in Biafra land. But they told you they discovered oil in mercantile quantity in 1958. Okay. So by 1968, 66, 67, the oil was flowing from Biafra. So they needed it badly. And it's not just any old crude oil. This was the purest in the world at the time, sulfur-free. So the Biafran oil will have an impact on what happens to Biafrans, because the British are not going to let it go, because they need it to run the economy. You can't have energy crisis and people in Biafra land. For them, that is secondary. They need to survive as a country. You've got to have the oil. It's got to flow. But the Biafrans never say we're not going to give Britain the oil, but somehow they feel that they must kill Biafrans to keep the oil. I don't understand it.
I understand, yes.
So these are the situations we have to understand, that the world didn't want us to exist because they felt if we have the oil and some trained personnel in Biafra land, you can develop rapidly as a nation, and that would change the geopolitical situation on the planet, because for the first time you have an African nation that can stand on its own, and you can have that in the 60s, especially in the Cold War scenario. Okay, so those are the areas you have to look at, because nothing happened in isolation. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about
I got there. Before you continue, let me put this call through, and then we get this question, and then I will let you continue. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please? Oh, hey, Biafra. Good evening, Mazi. Your names, please, where you calling from, and your question.
My name is Mazi. I'm calling from France, and I'm a native of Abreba.
All right.
I had a doctor talking about the Abreba people and also the Udbende boys. That if you take the second and the third interview, and they say after the war of Biafra, after the ending of the war of Biafra, then the Abreba boys and they wanted to go back to the north and continue the struggle, but to stop them. I want to know, those Abreba boys, are they soldiers, the Biafran soldiers, or are they just common men that are eager to continue the struggle of Biafra? That's the first question. The second question,
hold on, Mazi. Before you go to the second, let me make sure I get your question. You say that after the war, there are some Abreba and Bende boys who want to go to the north to continue the struggle. Is that what you said?
They wanted to go back to the north, continue the struggle.
Okay. Yes. So you wanted to know if those boys are soldiers or just ordinary people?
Are they Biafran soldiers or?
All right. What is your second question? What is your second question, Mazi? Your line is a bit wobbling, but I'm managing to get.
The second question is, I had our leader used to say that the original copy of the Biafran buckets and other missiles was destroyed. But is it the Biafran, you have the original copy or the blue copy still remaining today or not?
All right, I get your question. Thank you very much. I will put your question to the doctor. Ndeo Mazi. All right. The line was a bit noisy, but I think I managed to get the question. He asked that he said that I don't know if he said you spoke about some Abreba and Bende boys after the Biafran war. They wanted to go back to the north to start the struggle. Now the question is asking, are those boys Biafran soldiers or individuals? I don't know if you get that, Doctor.
Okay. I did not hear about any Abreba boys going up to the north after the war. There was Abreba contingent that went to Enugu to try and defend Enugu, during the war. Now, the issue was the Abreba, there's this tradition where to be an Abreba warrior, you have to go and bring somebody's head or something like that. So they are given bags to go and collect heads. Just like David was asked to go and collect some foreskins of his enemies. So the issue here was, it's not that type of war. It's not where you take a knife and go and chop somebody's head off when the person's got a rifle or got an artillery before you. So the Abreba contingent that went to the north, if it's north of Biafra, which is around the Enugu area, when the Enugu was about to fall, they had just had one shelling and they decided to take the train and go to Umuahia and to complain to Ojukwu. But that's a different story. That's another story altogether.
All right.
But I don't think they went to the northern part of Nigeria to start any guerrilla warfare. The world expected Biafrans to fight in the guerrilla warfare. But I don't think he used knife. It's not the type of war you need. So I don't recall reading anywhere about the Abreba boys going up to the north. I could be mistaken.
All right, brilliant. Now, the second question was, he's asking about the copies, the plan of the Ojukwu bucket and some of the ammunitions which was produced by Biafran scientists, during the war. He's asking, where are the original copies? Were they destroyed or are they still around?
Yes, very good question. The issue with Biafran scientists during the war, they did extremely well. We hear about it. Ojukwu was in a meeting and someone sent him a note and said, we discovered a rocket. He couldn't believe it. He came out of the meeting and they launched it in the lawn where he was. It just took off. He was flabbergasted. And these people tried to build planes. He said, we didn't succeed, but we tried. The actual spirit in Biafra was beyond belief. They were able to do anything. They just put their mind in it, okay? So now, after the war, they were disbanded, okay? They were scattered around. So it was such that you couldn't get anybody. Nigeria could have tapped on their knowledge to develop what is called the ammunition industry. But Nigeria feared that if we allowed them, they'd be like Germany, they'd be like Japan. They would develop, even though they were defeated, they will have they have some knowledge that will help Biafra to restore. So anything to do with ingenuity that was created in Biafra was not allowed to thrive. They will come and, in fact, there's a computer that was sent to the East Central State then after the war, and they came and covered it, so nobody would develop from it. They had a jet turbo engine from a person who was coming to show them how to develop a plane from East Russia, from Russian, who used to be Stalin's engineer, to come to UNN, University of Nigeria, but they shut that program down, so it doesn't teach them how to do turbo engines. So there are so many efforts. In fact, the person who manufactured the car, the first car in Nigeria, the engine, all the thing he used, the block was taken to Lagos, is it Abuja, for further investigation and never allowed to see the light of day. So everything technological that was decided to come from the East was confiscated or blocked by the federal government to make sure it did not rise technologically. So it's their loss.
Because
anyway,
because when I was growing up, there was an uncle of mine. He's my uncle. His name is Simon Nwachukwu. He was a professor and a scientist at the University of Enugu at those days. Nsukka? I don't know what you call it. He was at the University of Nsukka. So he was among the people who actually discovered the Ojukwu buckets. So I still believe that the copies of those innovations should be lying around somewhere. It's just that we never took it serious. People were still trying to survive after the war, and nobody give a damn about those important documents.
Yes. Well, I'm sure the Ojukwu bucket, what they call the Winigwe, run on what they call the Monroe principle in physics, but that's a different thing. They developed a weapon that has so many Richter scales, an incredible development, but it wasn't allowed to be further manufactured by the Nigerian short-sighted leaders. So that was that anyway. So you're right, it may be lying somewhere, but the generation that developed it are obviously leaving us. As I just told you, the commander is now 90, and he died this year.
All right,
So
doctor,
that's a
the
loss.
calls are still coming in. You tell me when to stop, because Biafrans are not going to
Okay.
stop until you stop. All right, let's take this one. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Good evening from here.
Good evening. Sorry, I was calling on a direct line, so I actually want to find out, does the direct line not working on this particular line? Because
Direct
sometimes
line, I don't know, it's not working because it's a WhatsApp line strictly. But you can talk to me, if possible.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I have two questions, but let me start from this. Number one question is that Uncle Onyemuche Chukwu, Uncle, he said something that touched me. He said that this war started from Gakim, a place called Gakim,
right.
close to, is it Ogoja or something? And I actually want to find out something, because people are saying that Ojukwu, our uncle Ojukwu, did not consult the elders of the land before engaging on that war. So now my question is this: is he confirming it now from telling us that this war that started from Gakim have something to do with the consultants, or maybe the agreement, concise agreement of the elders of the whole areas of both rivers, they call rivers recently, and every other person? Because I actually heard from Oyende saying that it was the people who reminded us, our uncle Ojukwu, that we should go back to who we are. So now I'm asking him, is he confirming it now that these people, Gakim is a part of Biafra, and also that everybody is in the awareness of this? Because in the recent time,
Mazi, hold on before we get lost. Your question is, did Ojukwu consult before embarking on the war? Was that your question?
Yeah, because there is an argument in Biafra land that he did not consult the elders, like Ohaneze and the P2B is denying that when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not tell them what he's doing.
Right.
So I want him to let me off on that. Then another one is this.
Okay.
That sir, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening to you, Mazi.
Okay. The second question is this: considering the first person that called in, or sorry, the second person that called in, talking about how there is a question he asked, which related into giving us £20 and all that.
All right.
So I just want to find out this: the Abam people, as in the Abriba people and the Item people, are they the real people who started this fight from that section of Gakim, or they were the people in charge of publicity to let the people know from their drum war beat? Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if I made myself
all right. Thank you very much. I will relay your question. Thank you very much. All right, Doctor, I'm trying to understand.
I didn't hear any of those questions.
Yes, I'm going to relate that to you. First question was, did the general, consult with the elders and Biafrans people before going to war? That was his first question. According to him, there were some arguments that he did not consult. All right. That was the first question. And then the second question was, who were those in Gakem that actually, defended Biafra land when the war started in Gakem? So I don't know if you got the two questions.
Yeah, I'll tackle the second one first. The Gakem were the Biafran soldiers, yes? So what happened, as I said, there were people who returned from other parts of Nigeria who were actually in the military at the time. So they were deployed. We had the command of the northern Biafran area. There's the riverine region around Onitsha, and then of course around Port Harcourt. So there's battalions being formed to try and defend areas of Biafra land. So there were Biafrans all over. They can come from any village, any town to join the army. I remember when one of the villages I was in during the war was attacked on Christmas Day, 1968. Yeah, the Nigerian troops opened up and the rifle was flying over, the bullet was flying over our heads. So the Biafran soldier that turned up with his rifle said to us, "Bano nolo odi fole." Now, let me explain what I'm saying by that. He said, "Go inside. Go inside is nothing." Now this is Owerri. Now that accent is not Owerri, so he could have come from other part of the country. So in other words, not people in Gakem.
It sounds like a Honfia. It sounds like a Honfia or Abreba language. Yeah.
Exactly. It could be. So what I'm saying to you, Biafran soldiers were made up of people from various parts of the country. My uncles, some of them fought in Ikotebene, some fought in Uzakoli, with bullet wounds and so on. So you went anywhere your unit sent you. So those in Gakem would have been from any part of Biafra land. That's really my take on it. Now, coming back to the Ojukwu asked the elders, the first question you ask yourself when you ask a question like that, did Gowon ask anybody before he invaded Biafra? Yeah? He didn't ask anybody. Yes. You're coming to kill you. Yes. So you're going to have a meeting with chiefs and elders. You said, "Hello, my brothers and sisters, my elders, look, they are killing us. What should we do?
What should I do? Should we die?"
Yeah. So I think when you think about questions, you just look at the whole picture. It's not Ohanese time. You are about to be wiped out on the planet. It's an existential fight.
You don't need a permission. Sorry, doctor. You don't need a permission to defend yourself. Yeah. Self-defense is alienable. It's alienable. Go ahead, please.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Self-defense is an inalienable right. So, and we are very, very fortunate to have had Ojukwu as the head of state. He's 33, 34 at the time. So he should talk to the elders. Yeah? He should go and ask them permission. Should we go and defend ourselves or stand here and get wiped out? That's the wrong question. And we need to ask the right questions. The right question is, did the elders come to him with advice of how best to fight? Yeah? But Ojukwu is in the military, in the modern warfare. This is not your village versus another village with knives and bows and arrows. This is a modern warfare. And the people we had were trained by the best. They were trained by British at Sandhurst. So they know what they're talking about. Do they need advice? Well, we'll talk about it another time because the Biafran, if you like, population are the such that you can't dictate to. So they were incorporated in the Ahera Declaration. The actual fight became a Biafran revolution in the sense that it becomes a people's war. Now, the problem with that is that you should allow people to do the job they're trained to do, not allow the civilians to come and tell the military, come and tell us what you're going to do to capture Willie. Yeah? Okay? What are you doing to capture Willie? Here a civilian doesn't know how to fire a gun, asking a military man, how are you going to capture Willie? What are you doing about it? And causing trouble. So it's very, very important in a war situation. You can have, it's not Ohanese, what do you call it? Not that I have anything at the moment. Okay, no, I'm condemning them. There's a structure in place. This is a military warfare, modern warfare. You don't ask permission to defend yourself, as Mazi has said. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Absolutely.
But just ask question.
All right, let's get to the next person. I think I have a caller on WhatsApp again. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please. I've picked your call. Can you speak to us? All right, let's try the next caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Mazi. Good evening from here. Please, your names and where you're calling from. Then you ask your question.
Okay, my name is Mazi Uchechukwu. My question is, why is it that there were a lot of sabotage during that period? Why was hello Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. My question was, why was there a lot of sabotage during the war? Why was because some other part of Biafra that are not Igbo says that Biafra soldiers were in their village killing them. And some people that Ojukwu sent to buy weapons, they went away with the money. And today we are witnessing the same thing in Biafra struggle. So that is just my question. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Mazi, the question is, why were there so many Ifa Junas during the war? He wants to know why were there so many Ifa Juna? That's the number one question. And then, of course, the second question, the people sent to go and buy weapon, why did they run away with our money, just like they are doing today again? I don't know if you get the question.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Let me answer the second one first.
Yes.
The second one, it says you give people money to go and buy weapons, and they didn't return.
Yeah.
They bought houses and things with it. Okay? And it's true to a certain extent, but there are some who managed to buy the weapons. Okay? The issue here was involving and telling your elders, isn't it? Telling the civilians. If, according to the commander of the Biafran army, you allowed the military to send a delegation to go and buy the weapons, yeah, it is likely that they're not going to go and buy houses with it, okay? And they are going to buy the right equipment which is needed by those on the field. And they'll buy the right calibers, and they know if something is missing, yeah, when they're buying the equipment. So the commander felt sometimes the weapons that were given to them did not have the right fuse, did not have the right weapon, you know, if you like, how can I put it? Did not have the right mechanism for firing, okay? Because they were bought by civilians, and the mentality was, while you people are soldiers, you shouldn't be going out to buy weapons, we're going to buy for you. You see, there's some logic in that, but you need the weapons. You have to understand what you're buying in the first place. So that allowed a loophole for people to buy rubbish, and those who managed to buy bought what they felt they can afford to buy, okay? And the second thing was that those who felt they can get away with it pocketed the money. And you should realize this happens in every human endeavor. There's a good, the bad, and the ugly in behavior, in character. And you're not going to abolish it because you have Biafra. Yeah? There are people who are set to, to disagree with you. You scold them for one reason or the other, they turn saboteurs. Yeah? The saboteur in the war, it's not something that's happened. There's a name called Quisling, yeah, who sided, I think in Norwegian or so, who sided with the Nazis. So it's Quisling is his name. There's in Timophily, when the Greek were being attacked by the Persians, somebody led them through a path to overcome, the 200 Spartans, yeah? So it went around and allowed the Persians to defeat the Greek. So if you think you're going to have a struggle where you don't get saboteurs, you have to wake up. Stop kidding yourself. Even people in your own household, the scripture says, are the ones that will betray you. So get over it and do what is right. So, but if you're sending somebody to go and buy your weapon, make sure there's another person who covers and oversees them. That's what we didn't do right, okay? There are lots of mistakes, and I'm glad we're discussing them now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Let's go back. I think caller on WhatsApp, you are back. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Mazi. Please, your name.
Am I coming out clear?
Loud and clear. Your names, please. Where you calling from and your question. Ndewo nwa Chineke.
I greet you, our elder. I greet my fellow Biafrans, genuine IPOB members, and all the members of the DOS. The question I have is this, sir. Will you be kind enough to tell us, explain to us, do you think that the Biafran of then would have been better than the Biafra of now because of the level of sabotage? By then, there was not much sabotage as we do have today. So what do you have to tell the youth with this form of agitation we are into now? Are you encouraging us as our father? Because you know that most of these people, the present, the so-called obedient youth, some of them, they are discouraged because of the division. So what are you telling us concerning the earlier Biafrans and the present one?
All right.
I greet you.
All right. Thank you very much.
I made,
yes, I understand.
Question is,
I got your question, Mazi. I will relay your question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Doctor, the question goes like this. Can you please compare the Biafrans of 1967/70-71 and the Biafrans of today? And what is it that we need to learn from those? Or do you think that the Biafra of those days are better than the Biafra of this day? And why are there so much sabotage and disobedience in the Biafrans of nowadays? I don't know if you got the question.
Okay, yes, a very interesting question, actually. Okay, let's go back to the Biafra, what I call the class of 66 to 70. The first thing to mention is that when we're talking about saboteurs, yeah, say there's this song, Ewo Muna one name Terogu Abiego Ifa Junelani Ewo Muna one name Terogu one name one day. Okay, so that is the song the Biafran soldiers marched into battle with. That's how angry they were. Okay? So they named the people who betrayed them and they marched into battle. Now, they weren't happy that they had saboteurs in their midst. Okay? Because it was unthinkable that you can be killed in the north, in the west, and everywhere outside Nigeria, come to your own country, and people still want to go back into Nigeria. They want Biafran to lose. I can understand those who were in the periphery, the areas surrounding Nigeria when they were first captured. The enemy can turn them because you have your village has now been captured. Some of them used as an opportunity to settle scores. They go on the Nigerian side and start pointing out their enemies to the enemy. You see what I'm saying? So it does happen. It's just human nature. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but saboteur in those days, there weren't many. They were rare. But all you need is one rotten apple, to spoil the whole thing, isn't it? Even if the saboteur is one person, it's bad news. But what I'm saying to us, maybe before I say that, the current situation, you now have over 50 years, okay, of what has happened to us as a people. You now have over 50 years. People have now, as somebody pointed out earlier, have been to settle in the north. They have hotels. They have houses in Abuja. They are
Mazi, can you still hear me? All right. I think, Mazi, you have put your call on hold. I am not hearing you anymore. All right. I think we're having a bit of a problem here. Our guest line is on hold. I am not sure why that is the case. Mazi Okachi, can you hear me? Unbelievable. All right. I'm not sure why that is the case.
The suffering, you didn't see the war. If you saw the war, it would not be happening, and so on and so forth. So that is the issue we have. I don't think personally there are more saboteurs now than there were before. Okay, because there's the good, the bad, the ugly. But if there's a condition conducive to Biafra restoration, then there'll be less sabotage, in my opinion. But we have to create that condition, unfortunately. Okay? So do not despair. You know, there will be saboteurs, but we have to overcome them, like every situation. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mazi, your summary, if you can just summarize so that we can bring today's program to an end. I think we have done justice to the question of today. Please go ahead.
I got meetings to attend as well. Waiting. Okay, you. Well, Biafrans, I thank you all for listening. There's a lot clearly that we can. There's a lot we have learned over the past few broadcasts, how the war started, where we were before the war started, and so on and so forth. But the issue now is they are still killing us. We want this killing to stop. Okay? We want our people to progress. So if you're still sitting on the fence, it's not going to happen. Join the Biafran restoration struggle. Join IPOB under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that we can all put hands. As Mazi Ono, we are holding ourselves. We are the ones stopping us. The enemy calls you Biafra. So why do you call yourself Nigerian when there's no such thing as a Nigerian, as you have in the sense of the French person, a Welsh person, a German, a Japanese? You don't have such a thing as a Nigerian. You're a Biafran. You're a Arewa. You're Yoruba. You understand? So if the situation we find ourselves in is not conducive to our overall survival, why not create an environment where you can thrive and survive? So the restoration of Biafra is key. Everything else is secondary. Because when Biafra is restored, then you'll be able to, progress as a people. And the restoration of dignity, your dignity will be restored throughout the whole world. And when you pass through an airport, you carry a passport which the world will respect. And then you've arrived as a human being and not someone being treated as an animal all the time. Okay? So those are my... I thank Mazi Onoaha and indeed the rest of the crew for listening. And maybe we have more sessions like this to get people to express their views and learn more about the history of what's happened to our people. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi. And of course, we will discuss, as time goes on and see on which angle we will be coming. And I think the interactive session makes a lot of sense so that people can get more involved and ask, questions here and there and get some clarifications. All right.
Indeed.
Thank you very much once again, Doctor.
Mama, opportunity. Sister, opportunity. Oh, that's life is opportunity.
We, the global family of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and control of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. Say all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB or ESN, they waka krukere, they commit one community or the other, just to grab body and other nonsense for our body in the name of thief, kidnapping, collecting of tax and rate, and different levies, even snatching of cars. All right, later to people saying that to support ESN, then be ESN. Our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we they do. IPOB, ESN, and St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na brand name. We no they carry cool at all. Or do rough of things. My people, we no know them, we no send them, and them no follow for waiting with they do. This once, na another brand of Ekperimas, in another style, in another form, and another shape for this course. Every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, quick match, advise your pikin or brother now. For the leg where they waka krukere, I where they see sharply, they see am. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they find my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. 2 was not there for the 10. If the dragon where they fly, bitch come you. Now through get the dance, then go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance that dance finish, your name go become obituary. But the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors, in different shape and different countries and different towns and in different places, IPOB under St. Nnamdi Kanu go play Funa Surugede, and that music una must dance and it go play and it go show. 2 words no dey for the 10. As we talk am, na so it go be. Enough of awotao everywhere, whether na politicians or whatever send una, we no one know. Our dragon net go hold una. Remember, the fly wey no dey follow instruction or advice, dey follow dead body enter grave. We the indigenous people of Biafra under St. Nnamdi Kanu no dey carry last at all, and we dey blow this trumpet because when it go begin happen, una go be thy kingdom come, while our name go be thy will be done. This message now from the Obungalicious, charismatic, indefatigable, great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real owners of the land. They bring una this message. This now your opportunity to turn a new leaf.
Opportunity. Opportunity come as well.
Ndị ọchọngoloko nekwanufa, look them.
Anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB ma ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ, ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperimọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịcha mere ha evere oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị asọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandum n'ụzọ dị iche iche, ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche, ịtọrọ mmadụ, ịzụ ụgbọala, iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra. Mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba, a na-enye oche pụrụ iche, abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri. Ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa unye n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche. Ka m jụọ n'ụlọ, onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya, ọkwa onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwala aka ya gwuo ala ili ya. Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere ya mere papa, mama, broda, anti, ọnkụ, onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwanyị ọdụ, n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike o, ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ụkwụ na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB, anyị na-ajụ ugbu ajigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbuo nwa nwaala apụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya. IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu, ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe, anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụ m taa gada ịhụ anwụ mgbuo, dọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ ma ịnụghị dum nwanne ị ga na ịnụ yọm. anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọdịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kọma mpekelechi ga-emebikwa n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike ịnụnụ onye na-asọghị chi dị m n'ike ka a marụ nwanne m ga na-etanye n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi buru nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya
ma ndị mara amala n'obu mmasị na mma na obu ukwe kwesịkwa na ịgba nlanụ gbamgbam n'ime ụwa nke ala ọ bụ gịnị
by St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu,
humbly called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to beg, hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now before it is too late. We ask all the people involved to beg, try and bury all the corpses we scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it they bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we they suffer, we don't know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don't dey easy. I beg my people.
Now we don't sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don't come with the solution.
The research wey you do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody wey this one concern, we IPOB dey beg una abeg make una do something no, because anybody when person start the journey, when he never reach the destination, in heart no go come down. As we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, fees from churches, Ndiamala, Omona, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, when they cause this delay and wahala for our people, I beg, make una try do something. Now all these things they cause, then they build mortuary, like said in they build
joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. I beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. No. A stitch in time saves 9. With the call therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After, una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy, we follow am.
Churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, I beg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person when they pursue cow, they call him name. If you no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing when they dose the cow. Now we they call una. And the one una talk, he go stand. I beg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra, under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it there for mortuary, now the only one
we get case with them they treat.
And after they don't finish the whole thing, settle everything, make them bury them. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land burying dead body don bury 2 corpses. Shey you never know. Now we be the owners of the land, and we don tell una the time to cleanse our land na now. Make una do the needful. Our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever dem dey.
Na the indigenous people of Biafra under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they bring una this message. Please, our heart they bleed to save our people. Ọ na-abọkọkọwa anụ ọhịa ya gakwuru ka osisi ọ kọwakwanụ mmadụ ya gakwuru mmadụ ibe ya n'ihi na onye a na-achụ ehi na-akpọpụ ma o ji ọgwụ ya o ji nri ya. Ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma isi nne ya nọrọ ya ke nne ya ga-anọrịrị ya. Ọkụkọ sị na ihe na-esi aṅụ mmiri lewe anya n'elu na ọ bụ ebe ọnwụ na-egbu ya na-esi abịa. Biko nụ anyị ji ohere a anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra, indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB na aha mkpimkpi n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ na-arịọ ndị eze ndị ụka dị iche iche, ndị ọha obodo dị iche iche, ndị ụmụnne nna, ndị ụmụnne nne, nọsekwa nọsịrị ka ha biko nyere anyị aka dịka ugwu ka anyị buru ebele. Nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibeghị so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko nụ ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwa na ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'obi emeghakwara ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu onye ọbụla nwụrụ ọnụ were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko nụ ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu rue na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu a dọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke igbe ozu mana m ụmụnna ma enwe ike iji amịrị igbe akwa ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma ejighị ya eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu maka na nwata bee nne ya bee nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobeghị tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe iji na-ekwu ihe a, ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuri egwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kụọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị ejighị ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrị nụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ oliole ozu labụ. Ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu ma ọ bụrụ na na-asịkwanụ na na-agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide. Nwanne anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrịnụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ afọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akọ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe. Ndewo.
Radio Biafra, we saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra, we got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Biko eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? Eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afọ mbụ Nnaemeka Ejiofor. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka nzie Ịma Powerful ka nzikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike iri broadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. O wee sị m ngwa unu na ndị anụnwa na-achọ itinye that sit at home bụ ndị achọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon ụnọ, na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Ọ sị a na-edeclare sit at home 5 days n'ala Igbo na December, ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasị ụlọ. when I sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th December, near council gear. Also, Mogwage, a powerful, Mogwa Chinasa, Muru, Mogwa Edozie, that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home, they declare from wrongful source. The only person on my Osina when you declare sit at home, but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Doziem, any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody, Igbo, you not support Igbo, you not support freedom and action, should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, Kuno Matana, like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Anybody involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo, is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Imane kidnap ndị chọrọ ịzụ azọ, Imane na-ezu property ndị chọrọ ịzụ azọ, ịchọ ka ị na-enweta their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Ọdụrụ na ọbara anyị, also ndị na-eme ihe a bụ recruited bandits. Nwere ike na-asụkwa Igbo mana ha abụrụzi ndị Igbo because of omume ha na-eme. So anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command si kidnap ndị mmadụ, especially ndị Igbo anyị, ma ọsị je napụ ha moto ha, ma ọsị je zuo ori, ma ọsị je egbuo ha egbuo, na onye anwa abụrụ onye Igbo, and onye anwa abụrụ onye ya na ndị Igbo kwesịrị inwe mmekọ. That ndị Igbo in all ramification must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB anaghị egbu ndị nke ha, anaghị egbu ndị Igbo, ha anakwụrụ na-egbu mmadụ, na ihe a na-achọ bụ freedom. So biko, one of the messages also can see unu dị ha. So it's more powerful, you can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if there to Chalice where there. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. Amen. Biko eso Nnamdi Ejiofor onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? Eso Nnamdi Ejiofor onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afambu Nnamdi Ejiofor. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka nzie ịma powerful ka nzikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike rebroadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. Wesi mungu unu na ndị anụ na ya chitinye that sit at home bụ ndị achọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon ọnọ. Na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Also, and they declare sit at home 5 days na Igbo na December. Ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasi ụlọ. When I sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th December, near council gear. Also, Mogwage, my powerful, Mogwa Chinasa, Muru, Mogwa Edozie, that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home. They declare from wrongful source. The only person on my Osina when you declare sit at home, but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Edozie. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody, Igbo onye Igbo, you not support ihe ndị Igbo na-eme, you not support freedom and action, should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, I can matter now. I like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Anybody involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo, is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Imane kidnap ndị chọrọ ịza azọ, Imane ezu property ndị chọrọ ịza azọ, ịchọ ka ị na-enweta their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Ọdụrụ na ọbara anyị, ọsọ ndị na-eme ihe abụọ recruited bandits. Nwere ike na-asụkwa Igbo mana ha abụrụzi ndị Igbo because of omume ha na-eme. So anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command is to kidnap one them mother, especially ndị Igbo anyị. Mọsị je napụ ha moto ha, mọsị je zuo ori, mọsị je gbuo ha egbuo, na onye anwa abụrụ onye Igbo, and onye anwa abụrụ onye ya na ndị Igbo kwesịrị inwe mmekọ. That ndị Igbo in all ramification must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB anaghị egbu ndị nke ha, anaghị egbu ndị Igbo, ha anakwụrụ na-egbu mmadụ. Ihe ha na-achọ bụ freedom. So biko, one of the messages also kanzie unu dị ha. So it's more powerful. You can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if there to Chinese way there. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Kachukwu Obiama, Ozekwa anyị ncha niile n'aha Jesus Christ. Amen.
(1967) was the year, a year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind, a year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women, and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafra spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, The voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, muru n'anya, onye ndiro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. The voice of Radio Biafra. The voice of the voiceless. The voice of freedom. 55 years later, Radio Biafra is still defending humanity, bringing you news, information, analysis, revealing and exposing the kingdom of darkness called the Zoo Nigeria, saturating humanity with melody, music. Radio Biafra. We will never stop until Biafra is restored and beyond Biafra restoration. Do you know why? Radio Biafra, the first, and we are the last. Good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. Permit me to welcome you this evening. It is indeed a great day, a day that Chukwu Kikabiama have made. And of course, we have come this evening to do the noble. All right, this evening, of course, it is indeed a great evening because this evening we will be having the erudite barrister of IPOB. He is a senior counsel of IPOB. I must try as much as I can to get this straight, to get it correct. Very, very important. But I will be having Barrister Ejiofor. He will be joining me this evening, and of course, and he will be talking to Biafrans this evening. I need to introduce him very well. It is important that we do that. Of course, he is IPOB lead counsel and senior counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the person of Barrister Ejiofor. And of course, he is a busy man, as you know, and without wasting further time, I want to see if I can connect him directly because of his time. We don't need to waste time, but of course, I need to welcome Biafrans wherever you are this evening. And if you are hearing the sound of my voice this evening, my names are Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and of course, we are live, we are direct, and it is indeed so. Radio Biafra is where you are. All right, I think I have Barrister already with me, and because of our time issue, let me see if the Barrister can hear me. Good evening, Barrister, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you clear, very clear.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Ejiofor, and we welcome you to Radio Biafra. It is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and Biafrans all around the world have joined in this evening to listen to our erudite barrister, the man who has been doing exploits, of course, in the field of his specialization. Barrister, we welcome you once again. Please, without wasting time, of course, I will give you a few minutes to talk to Biafrans, to greet Biafrans, and then, of course, we will get straight to the question. Over to you, Barrister.
Thank you so much. Good evening from here, Biafra. Good morning from here, and good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Ikechukwu, for having me on the program.
Thank you very much.
The pleasure is not mine. We are, of course, I'm still working. We are fighting it on to ensure that our victory is actualized. And I can see green light as I speak to you. So something good is about to happen. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Barrister, and welcome. All right, Barrister, let's get straight to it. Of course, a lot of legal jargon has been spoken, and the laymen need to comprehend this evening, and that is why we brought you on, so that you can break it down to a layman perspective. Now, let's start from Kenya, Barrister. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted from Kenya and brought to Nigeria. Please, can you take us through in a nutshell what exactly transpired transpired before we get where we are today? Over to you, Barrister.
Well, for that appreciation of the part of the entire part of the case, it's important for us to first of all understand what happened on September 14, 2017, because that is the origin of the entire problem. Of course, we are aware that on 14th of April 2017, our indefatigable client, Nnamdi Kanu, was granted bail by the Federal High Court at Abuja, and the matter was subsequently adjourned to October 17th for trial, and they left home for bail and abide by the conditions and terms of bail. So on between 10th and 14th of September 2017, Nigerian Army invaded his premises in an clear attempt to eliminate him. Now we established over 5 persons were killed, gruesomely murdered in the process, and he eventually escaped by act of providence. So finally found himself in the state of Israel. So wherein he deposed affidavit of facts of what happened in his home on 14th of September 2017. The facts of the incident, being an eyewitness account, was subsequently filed before Federal High Court Abuja here, inviting the court therein to inquire and investigate what actually led to the invasion of his home. A person who was granted bail by the court, who is apparently under the protection of the court, and without allowing him to come to court on October 17th for trial, the war was taken to his house in a clear mission to eliminate him. That application was not had until this year May. However, the Nigerian government, of course, moved to Kenya, abducted him in a commando style, kept him somewhere in collaboration apparently with the Kenya authority, kept him in an isolated environment, subjected him to all forms of torture. After spending 8 days, they criminally smuggled him into Nigeria and took him to court on the 29th of June 2021 without reference to us. During that illegal proceedings, he was ordered to be remanded in DSS custody. Also very interesting to note that when he was abducted in Kenya on the 19th of June 2021, 4 days after, or a few days after, the prosecution went to court without reference to us also. That was on 23rd of June 2021, and mentioned the case without reference to us. And then we have not been able to establish contact with him. So, unknown to all that were in court, obviously making preparation for him to report to Nigeria. Then on 29th, he took him to court. So when he was abducted in Kenya, because we are using the word abducted, having been confirmed by the court and established before the court that he was actually abducted, the Nigerian government, the good agent that went to Kenya to pick him, never subjected him to any form of extradition proceedings to determine whether or otherwise he has committed offense and that will require him to be extradited to Nigeria. These are international instruments which Nigeria is a state party to. They violated this international laws, convention, and protocol in an attempt to possibly bring it to Nigeria. So, of course, we are aware the position of the international laws. And even Nigerian law, which also refers to Section 15 of the Extradition Act, and also OAU Convention and Protocol on Prevention and Combating of Terrorism, and Article 12.4 of African Charter of Human and People's Rights. These are laws Nigeria is a state party to. So we filed an objection before the court that grounded on so many about 2 grounds. First ground is challenging the powers of the court to proceed with trial without first of all determining the manner in which was brought before her court. This fundamental issue was raised. The court the lower court never determined those issues. And the Nigerian government never resolved issues with us in that respect. So we went on appeal. an appeal plan will come for us and say that what happened in Kenya is a victim recklessness. And by violating international and local laws, that no trial in Nigeria, no court in Nigeria will ever try Nnamdi again.
All right, Barrister, sorry to interrupt you before you get to the appeal court. I want you to explain to Biafrans what is the meaning of jurisdiction, because people don't understand what jurisdiction is all about. People are saying no.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Explain to them exactly what is jurisdiction.
Let me explain it in a layman language.
Thank you very much.
You see, before a court will adjudicate or will handle any matter, the court will determine first of all whether the parties are proper before the court, whether the subject matter, the cause of action, brought before the court, as such, will the court have powers to adjudicate upon, whether the court is properly constituted to handle that matter. And whether the court has powers, it has powers to look into that matter. If there's any vice of any form, which will not permit the court to proceed with hearing, it will first of all be determined upon. Because if the court had proceeded to conduct the trial or hear the case, then probably when we eventually get to appeal court, and appeal court found that the court not supposed to move on with that matter, without first of all determining the fundamental issues raised before him, then that trial the court conducted will be a nullity. No matter how beautiful it has been conducted, has been done, or the length of evidence or the quality of evidence so far adduced before the lower court. So it simply means powers of the court to hear or adjudicate a particular matter or a subject before him. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much for clearing that out. Which means we are dealing with two issues here. Number one is jurisdictional issue, and number two is violation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fundamental human rights. And these two alone is enough to discharge and acquit him. Please go ahead.
Now, you see, let me explain this in further. That was why I actually made effort in posting page 41 as contained in the legal document delivered in the Court of Appeal. When we talk about the start, and also we also have what I talk about acquittal, it's being governed by a different principle of law. If you talk about that, the start can happen when probably someone has got when the proof evidence or probably the proof attached in proof of the charge are not established to face, or where the court has no jurisdiction, like in this case, to proceed with the hearing. The applicant or the person involved can be discharged. Now, there are circumstances under which a person's discharge can as well be acquitted. That acquittal can happen where an evidence has been given in proof of the case. Probably when the prosecutor has called one witness to give evidence in proof of the case, then and before the division of the court is challenged. In that case, the court will not stop at discharge. The court can also acquit because evidence has given. But even if the person hasn't been cross-examined, the law says you will discharge him and acquit. But what happened in this case is more fortifying, more stronger in terms than acquittal. And now let me say this to you. I will give you a live case. Sometime last 3 months, I was in a state to argue our application on no case submission. Some people were arrested, about 13 of them, and accused of being involved in some offenses. Evidence were led by the prosecution witnesses. Exhibits were tendered. And at the conclusion of the prosecution case, we file an objection. We file what they call no case submission, inviting the court to hold that evidence led by the prosecution witnesses are not strong enough to establish the bogus charge preferred against these people. Of course, then you must have seen your television over the social media then. Then the court at the end of the day found for us. The court accordingly discharged those 37 persons and acquitted them of the crime allegedly committed in the court judgment. Now, what these people did, on the day the matter was coming up for judgment, obviously the matter had a hint that the judge would discharge and acquit them. Our application having been found meritorious, they went and filed a different charge altogether. Sort of other belonging to a local society, sort of illegal possession of firearms, which is a different type altogether, which has no connection with earlier charge that they were discharged or acquitted. On the day the judgment was read before the court, and upon the conclusion of the judgment, they were served with this charge. And now they quickly pick them up. We are still back to the court. So now, in this case, what happened is more than acquittal. Because assuming without consulting to the fact, okay, assuming that the court discharged and acquitted him of these offenses or charge that has been struck out, some people can go and probably develop another charge, and which has no connection with the one before the court, and fight against you. Now, so I want to explain to you for you to understand that what happened in the Oriental States is more powerful than anything as discharge or acquittal. Now, the court in judgment, in the judgment, specifically at page 41, I will read it for everyone to understand and I'll explain it. The court at page 41 holds that the consequence of this section, the court was actually referring to our argument under section 15 of the Extradition Act, cap E25, laws of the Federation 204. This was a law ratified and operational in Nigeria. The court was referring to this section and the court holds that the consequence of this section, is that the appellant, that is Onyendu, is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria. Lower court thus has no jurisdiction, I further hold, to try the appellant, that's Onyendu, on count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which were returned by it. Being charges allegedly committed by that appellant, that's Onyendu, prior to his extraordinary rendition. In addition, by the possible abduction and extraordinary rendition of the appellant, that's Onyendu, from Kenya to this country, on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state law, the lower court, or indeed any other court, the lower court means the federal high court, or indeed any other court in this country, Nigeria, is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant, and I so hold. So this decision is extant. It shows that you can never investigate him again. You can never present any charge against him. You can never file any charge against him. He can never be subjected to any trial whatsoever in any court in Nigeria. So the decision is more powerful than even acquittal of the charge in principle. So that's why they are indelible. And they have no option than to obey the decision of the second appeal. So I believe I've explained it in a manner people will understand. So what happened in his case is more powerful than acquittal and discharge. In acquittal, somebody who is acquitted of an offense can still be arrested on a different offense and charged to court. But in this case, he can never be charged on any offense whatsoever in any court in Nigeria. That's the decision of the court. So go on.
Barrister, so can you explain to me the term? Because the way I see it, it appears that the Attorney General is trying to make something out of nothing. Can you explain that term to me and Biafrans and our listeners? Making something out of nothing, because that's basically what the Nigerian government is trying to do in this matter. Please go ahead.
No, what happened is that placing something, if I can understand you, placing something without, okay, placing something on air.
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, what it means in effect is that the duties of the courts to defend that matter, to try only before now, before the decision of this court is not there. So the court cannot proceed when there is no jurisdiction. So that's what it means, that it cannot place something on a person and expect it to stand. It must fall. That's that principle. So because you must have power, you must have jurisdiction to stand. You can't just stand on the air. You must have a ground where you stand. But in this case, the lower court, the federal high court has no ground where you stand. Where you stood before we went to court of appeal. So that's what means, that we cannot place something on nothing and expect it to stand. So that is really of thing. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
All right, though brilliant and it's excellent. Okay, talk to me now the way forward, Barrister. Of course, the law is on our side. What is the way forward? Because as I know, and from what you are saying, the federal government of Nigeria is holding your client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, illegally at the moment as we speak now. What is the way forward? Please go ahead.
The way forward is simple. They have practically, as I have demonstrated before now, run out of option. The only option available to them, are you with me?
Yes, go ahead.
Which I stated before now, is option for them to go to court appeal. If they are convinced that they can succeed, we have no problem. Right of appeal is a constitutional right. Now, they cannot go to court of appeal without obeying the other court.
They have to release him first.
They can't go to Supreme Court without obeying the order made by the court of appeal. So you must pause yourself, because as you speak today now, as I speak to you, Ikechukwu,
yes,
Chinedu is being illegally and unconstitutionally held in custody of the DSS. There is no court order today sanctioning his foreign detention from 13th of October. That judgment was delivered till date. So he's now being, in the eyes of law, he's now being illegally held in the custody of DSS. He's now being unconstitutionally held in the custody of SSS. So that's what we are now. And as it stands today, Nigerian government is now incompetent of orders made by the Court of Appeal on 13th of October 2022. Now, and they cannot go to Supreme Court to challenge the judgment of the Court of Appeal without obeying that order. So you cannot be in contempt of court order and be exploring or seeking a suitable remedy for Supreme Court. No. Because he who goes to equity must go with clean hands.
Absolutely.
And we have military authorities that say that when an order is standing, you must obey that order first before coming back to lay a complaint. So the local obey before complaint. I will have cases of that, lot of cases. The same case of action against the federal government. The federal government is still stand. Federal government went to the court. However, it was argued. Another was made. Interlocutor of the order was made. Directing action to call off the industrial action. The action went to court of appeal to challenge it. The court of appeal say, no, there's an order made by the National Court. You already in contact on this order. Go back and obey the order first and come back. Go and obey this order. Then come back and demonstrate their anger before us. We also have a case of Chief Olusenetu against FRM. Where Supreme Court mandated the federal government to go and obey the order of the appeal before coming to it. So only in this case will not be an exception. So we have the federal authorities sanctioning the position. So the only option they have today is to release him unconditionally. The court didn't say, please release him to Mr. XYZ, no. Or release him to Ikechukwu where you are, no. The court prohibited foreign detention. In the judgment of this court, the court prohibited foreign detention where he's being kept now. So everything they are doing today in regards to Oyenduma Zundan kind of right is tempted with illegality. So and we are exploring aggressively legal options that will compel immediate obedience. I may not discuss it in this platform, but we are making slow progress. And I can assure you we are seeing green light. We shall not discuss here. We are seeing green light. We can take that to the bank.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Barrister, I know you're a busy man, and of course, I promised you that I'm not going to keep you for longer. But before I let you go, Barrister, I want you to give some assurance to Biafrans because people are waiting. People, the celebration is on, but somehow it is still on hold and they are waiting for the climax. What assurance will you give to Biafrans that our erudite leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will be with us very soon? Please go ahead.
My brother, it goes without saying. You see, like, how can I explain this? What is playing out now is not unexpected. It's not unexpected. I will end at that for that part. It's not unexpected, and because what the autocratic government of Nigeria Spain put in place, the kind of resources they put in place, in effectively and successfully carrying out abduction of Oyenduma Zundan from Kenya is massive. It's monumental. So, but today, they cannot go further than here. Because law is on our side now. Their own law, they are not the Kenyan law. Their own law. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Right.
Their own law is not on their side. What happened to them today? So what is stopping us is their own law. They cannot, it's settled. They cannot go further than this. I can assure Biafrans all over the world. Take it from me. I've done it. We have done it before, and we're doing it again. We've done it again actually. So the point is that they should be rest assured that Oyenduma will out as soon as possible. And what I know, I will not say is the time and the day, but Oyenduma is coming out as quick as possible. And when it comes out, I will carry a bit and let the world know. But just go home and sleep. We are on top of the situation. And we are doing everything legally permissible to ensure that the right thing is done. And as I assured you, the Nigerian government is totally run out of options. They have no remedies available to them, legal remedies available to them. And I wish you have a opportunity of the government of the court. You will see that government is watertight. There's no way you were escaping. You can't escape. There's no way you can escape that government. It's watertight. So that is the position.
All right, Barrister. As you can hear the barrister say, go home and sleep. And of course, if there is anybody who can do it, it is our legal team. They have done it before in 2015, and I don't see any reason why it should not be repeated. Barrister, the last question, Barrister. Now, talk to me about compensation, because we're talking violation of his fundamental human right. And of course, there should be some sort of compensation that will go with it.
Of course, you know, before now, we have a suit to file against the government for extraordinary reduction of Oyenduma and Kanu. In that suit, before COP5, we are inviting the court to interpret relevant sections of international laws and conventions, which I never said before now, which Nigeria has grossly violated in an attempt to abduct and eventually extraordinary reduction of Oyenduma to Nigeria. In that suit, we are asking for damages of 50 billion. And thankfully, increasingly like this now, the questions are inviting the lower court, high court to answer. The questions of law, they are inviting the lower court to answer in that suit, has been exhaustively dealt with in this appeal. So what we are doing on 14th of December when the matter is ground up is to submit this appeal, this government appeal, and ask the court to award them like this as requested. So they must be heavily compensated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister. And of course, I thank you so much, of course, for making our time coming on air to clear the air for Biafrans. And of course, all the lovers of freedom who has been listening to us. Thank you, Barrister. And of course, we will still celebrate because the big one is still coming. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right.
God bless you. Thanks, sir.
And bless you too. All right, there you have it. And that was our erudite barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, breaking it down for us here to a layman perspective so that you can understand what is happening and how it is being played out. But one thing though you need to know and you need to bear in mind is that we have won. There is no two ways about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always said, I will defeat you at your courts. And that is exactly what played out. And I want to thank our able legal team, of course, led by Barrister Ozokome and, of course, Barrister Aloy Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, Aloy Ejimako, and the rest of the team for a good job that they are doing. And of course, this will earn them the greatest legal team of the year because they have done noble. Even with the limited resources, they have achieved results because the matter is over. It is over. What the zoo is doing now, of course, is the last kick of a dying horse. They have to obey. They have to obey the decision of the Supreme Court of the land, the highest court of the land, which is the appeal court in this instance. All right, great Biafrans, I don't have much to say this evening. You have heard it from our barrister. And it is our responsibility, of course, to now and then bring them up here so that they can explain to Biafrans what is happening, because this is the platform, the official platform of Biafrans all around the world. It is Radio Biafra, for goodness sake. And if there's any other place that this need to be said, it has to be on this platform. And of course, it is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Of course, this evening, today being the 18th day of October 2022, it is a Tuesday. And of course, I know we did not start the way we normally start because of time constraint. And as you can see, the barrister is a busy man. He needs to run around to begin to do what he needs to do, because Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must come out as soon as possible. And of course, that's why we have to let him go quickly. But of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, and of course, we will be leaving it here. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution.